What is going on, guys? My name is Bucky Roberts and welcome to your very first XHTML and CSS tutorial. Now, in case you're like, yeah, I accidentally clicked this video, I don't even know what XHTML is, so I'm just gonna exit. Well, hold on just a second, let me explain. XHTML and CSS is the language that you use in order to create sweet websites. So I'm gonna assume that none of you guys have ever created a website before, or maybe you did with a program like Dreamweaver and you wanted to know more in depth how to create a website. Well, in this tutorial series, I'm going to take you from total noob to total expert web designer. We're going to be covering all the basic concepts and also some pretty advanced stuff, so stick with me and by the end of these videos you're going to be an excellent web designer. So first, let me show you guys an example of what XHTML is. Go ahead and open up your web browser. Hopefully you're using Google Chrome because it's the best in my opinion. And go ahead and right click anywhere on the page and click View Page Source. Now, a new screen opens and it's all this computer mumbo jumbo that we really don't know what it is. This is actually mostly XHTML and CSS. All these little symbols and all these little class equals whatever, all this little crap. We can't What the heck? Do you guys hear that siren? It's like a big fire going on behind me. Anyways, I get easily distracted. So, anyways, by the end of these tutorials, you're going to be learning what all of this stuff means right here. And you're going to be learning how to take this code and turn it into, right here, a beautiful website. Entrepreneurs who create the corporate world. Gonna have to check that out later. Like I said, I get easily distracted. But anyways, check it out. The first thing that we need in order to create sweet websites is actually a program on our computer called a text editor. And with this text editor, we can type in some code and we can turn it into something that looks pretty cool to a browser. And a browser is pretty much a program like Firefox or Internet Explorer or Google Chrome. It's the program that shows websites. So anyways, like I said, the first thing we need is a text editor. Now, you actually don't need to download anything. If you have Windows, you have a program on your machine called Notepad. So go ahead and open this and look at this. You can actually create websites and type XHTML code in here, but I mean, look at this. Can they make a program that's any more boring? Seriously, black and white, and it has like 2 options. What the heck? So anyways, I'm going to recommend not to use Notepad, and I'm going to recommend an even better program. The best program that you can use in order to type XHTML and CSS is called Notepad++. Now, if you're going to do any serious coding or web design, I highly recommend getting this program, and best of all, it's free. So go ahead and go to Google and I'll show you how to get it. Go ahead and type in Notepad++, hit enter, and click on the first link that pops up. This is Notepad's website. Now look for a link that says download, and well, your website may change depending on when you're watching the tutorial, but click download the current version. And now you see a bunch of different options right here: zip package, binary. The one you want is the installer. It's pretty much a nice easy wizard to guide you through the installation. So go ahead and click that, and now you're going to have a file that downloads on your computer. Go ahead and save this, and it's going to download, and it just downloads. So if you're using Google Chrome, go ahead and double click that and say, do you want to allow? Yes, you want to allow it. So now let's go ahead and select English, unless you're, foreign or something. If so, then how the heck are you understanding me right now? But anyways, go ahead and click OK, and I'm not going to read that because I'm way too lazy. Press next. I agree, probably just sound my life away, but big deal, I'll get over it. Click next to this. All the defaults look good, and press install. Now it's going to go ahead and install in your system right now, and then make sure you have Run Notepad. Actually, don't click that, and make sure you hit finish. So now you have Notepad++ installed on your computer, and here's what I'm going to recommend. Go ahead and make an icon for it right on your desktop because you're going to be using it quite a bit. In order to make an icon on your desktop, and this isn't only with Notepad but any program, go ahead and click your little Windows button right there and click all programs. Now you should have a folder called Notepad++. If you expand this, you're going to have an application in here called Notepad++. This is the program that we just downloaded. So if you want to turn this into an icon on your desktop, go ahead and right click it and press send to desktop. This is going to go ahead and create an icon or a shortcut right on your desktop. So now it's a lot easier than having to go through this thing. So now go ahead and double click this and open it, and bam. Look at that. How beautiful is this? A brand new program in order to type XHTML and CSS, and best of all, it's free. How sweet is that? So anyways, that's all I'm going to teach you guys for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we're actually going to be typing some code and making our very first website. But for now, I just want to tell you guys, download this program, get everything set up, and if you have any questions or anything goes wrong, just leave a comment below and someone's bound to help you. Or if you have any questions, you can check out my website, thenewboston.com, and send me a message or go to my forum. I can help you there. But for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. What's going on, guys? It is Bucky, and welcome to your second XHTML and CSS tutorial. Now, before we get started, what I want you guys to do is open a new file, and you can do this in one of two ways. You can either press File and then click New, or you can just click this little new icon right there, and it's going to open up a new blank file. So once you do that, your program or file should look blank, just like mine basically. So go ahead and before you start typing away, just slamming your fingers against the keyboard, listen up, because I'm going to tell you something that's very important. All websites are made from something called tags. Now, tags are pretty much the pieces of a website. So for example, if you wanted to put a picture on your website, you would need a picture tag. If you wanted to put a link on your website, you would need a special link tag. If you wanted to create a button on your website, then you would need a tag for your button, so on and so on. So pretty much all a website is a bunch of little tags combined into something to make, a complex website. So in order to make a tag, here's the basic layout of it. You press less than, and then you write the name of your tag, like the paragraph tag is P, and then you write the greater than sign. So pretty much it's a less than sign and greater than sign and something in the middle. In this case, P for paragraph, IMG is for image, for pictures, and anyways, you get the idea. So let's go ahead and create our first tag now. Now, check it out. I'm not going to be going in depth about this first tag, but you need it for every web page. It's a special tag that you only use once per web page, and it's called the doc type tag. Now go ahead, less than and greater than sign, and inside press exclamation mark or exclamation, whatever the heck you call it. It's above the one. So anyways, after that, press DOCTYPE, press space, and press HTML. Now, again, like I said, I'm not going to be going in depth about what this tag means. It's basically telling your browser what type of document it's trying to look at. But anyways, it's just a formality, a technical thing. We'll be going back to it later, but for now, just put it in your file and don't worry about it. Now go ahead and give yourself some space, hit enter, and let's go ahead and start typing some real tags that we can understand. Now, the basics of any website is pretty much the HTML tag. Your entire website is going to go in between your HTML tags. So go ahead and press less than and make a tag that says HTML and press a greater than sign. Now go ahead and press enter a couple spaces and make another tag that says less than, and now you want to put a forward slash and put HTML. Now as you can see, I have two HTML tags slightly different, and now you're saying, alright, what the heck is going on? Well, first of all, the HTML tag pretty much tells your browser, alright browser, I'm about to make a website. Anything I put in between here is going to be in my website. So this tag means I'm going to start here, and this tag with a little forward slash means I'm going to finish here. So that is the basic structure for a beginning and an ending tag. It's pretty much less than, the name, greater than, and for your ending it's a less than slash the same name, greater than. So that is a basic HTML tag. Now anything that goes in here, like I said, is going to be part of your website. So let's dive in a little deeper. Every website you see, every single web page you've ever been to, is made up of two parts. The first part is called the body, or excuse me, the first part is called the head. The second part is called the body. So what is a head and what is a body? The head is where all the browser information goes, the technical stuff that you don't see when you go to a web page. And this includes keywords for search engines, the title of the web page, maybe some browser info. All this crap, it goes into the head. Now the stuff that you see, the pictures, the images, the paragraphs, the text, this goes in the body. So whenever you say, alright, I'm going to make a head in the body, you know, to put all the technical stuff in the head and all the cool stuff in the body. And by the way, for these tutorials, we're going to be working with mostly the body because, you know, we're not worried about search engines and stuff. We're worried about how sweet our website looks. So anyways, let's go ahead and create a head tag right now. So let's go ahead and press less than greater than, and inside press head. Now under it, let's go ahead and make the ending head. And now anything you type in between here is going to be in the head of your web page. So if you remember about 30 seconds ago, I said that one of the things that you can put in the head of your web page is the title. So let's go ahead and inside the head, between the opening and the closing, let's go ahead and make two title tags. Title to open and title to close, and make sure you put that / to signify the closing. Now anything you write in between here is going to show up in the title, so just go ahead and type this is the title. Now first thing I want to point out is this. I know I have all my tags on separate lines, but you can also, let me get rid of that, you can also have two tags on one line. I just put all my tags on separate lines generally to make everything easier to read, but if you wanted to put it on the same line, you can. Another thing is that you might notice that everything is kind of going inside one another like a sandwich. Title goes inside head, and all this is inside HTML. This is because you need to embed tags within another. You can't have you know, HTML head, title HTML, title HTML. It can't crisscross. Everything needs to be within one another, because that way your browser knows, alright, your title goes inside your head and that entire thing goes inside the web page. So if you put this outside the web page, you'll be like, alright, what the heck's going on? And you're probably going to get an error message. So anyways, that is how you make the head and the title to a website. So I was going to teach you guys about the body in this tutorial, but I think I'm going to wait for a next tutorial for that. So first, let's go ahead and preview this title and see what we got. In order to save a website, you need to do this. Go ahead and press File and Save As. And when your Save As box pop up, I'm just going to go ahead and save mine to desktop. You can save yours anywhere. Go ahead and name your file index. Now index is pretty much the main name for, you know, it's pretty much the home page. So let's go ahead and save that as index, and make sure you don't save as text. What you want to save as is a special file type called HTML. So scroll down until you see something called hypertext markup language. That's HTML. That's pretty much the type of file. It's pretty much the website file. So whenever you're, well, let's go ahead and save this first. And look, here's my HTML right here. So whenever your computer opens an HTML file, it automatically knows that it's supposed to be a website and that your browser is supposed to open this. So let's double click this and my browser opens. So you can see Microsoft Word didn't open, Photoshop didn't open. Your computer knew that this was a website, so that's why it took a browser to open it. Now as you can see, we have nothing right now because if I open Notepad again, you see we don't have a body, so that's why we don't have anything. All we have is a title. And check this out. On our website, we have a title that says this is the title. So we did that by making two title tags and typing this is the title right there. So if we change this, it says this is the title, sucker, right there, and save this again. Now when we refresh our page, you can see our title changed it. This is the title, sucker. So that is how you create a basic web page with a basic title. In the next tutorial, what I'm going to be doing is creating the body and actually making some stuff that you can see on the actual web page right here. But for now, that's all you guys get. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. What is going on, guys? It is Bucky and welcome back to your third XHTML tutorial. So in the last tutorial what we did is we made a very basic website, this website right here, and it doesn't even have anything in the body. All it has is a dumb old title that says this is a title sucker. First of all, I don't appreciate that attitude, website, and second of all, we need to spruce this website up a little bit and we need to actually add something. I mean, how dumb is this website? It's just a white screen. Pretty dumb, huh? So anyways, like I said a couple tutorials ago, if you remember, a website consists of two parts. All websites. The head, which is pretty much all the information that you don't see but the browser needs, such as the title, keywords for search engines, all that good stuff, and the body. Now, we didn't even add a body yet, but the body is the part where all the images, all the links, all the paragraphs, all that stuff. So let's go ahead and build a body right now so we can actually have something to look at other than just a blank white nothing. So anyways, in order to create the body of your website, here's what you need to do. Outside of your head, but still inside that HTML, give yourself some space to work first of all, and go ahead and type the body tags. Now, in order to create body tags, less than and greater than, and the keyword for this is body. And to end your body, less than greater than, / body. So, oh, my / didn't pick up. There we go. Body, just like that. Now, anything we type in here is going to appear in the body of our website. So, let's go ahead and type I am in the body. And let's go ahead and save this. And when you save it and refresh it, it should pop up. So now we have some text in the body that says I am in the body. So that is how we put text in the body. But if all we knew how to do was put dumb old text in the body, then, we're not very far on our way to opening a web design business. So we need to learn something else. And what I'm going to teach you is one of the most basic concepts whenever you write articles or you make titles for your website, and that is how to create a header. Now, if you're saying, all right, what the heck is a header? A header is totally different from the head. So don't even, I shouldn't have even pointed that out because it's probably just going to confuse you now. But a header is pretty much the title. Think of like the header on a newspaper that says like, the world is going to end in 2012. It's pretty much the title that you would put above a paragraph. So let's go ahead and we'll keep that I'm in the body, but above it, but still in your body, we're going to add something, like I said, called a header. Now, let me reiterate this one more time. A header is basically a bold, big title. Now, by default, they come in 6 different sizes. Header 1, header 2, header 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now, header 1 is the biggest title. Header 2 is a little bit smaller, and they keep getting smaller all the way down to 6. But anyways, let me quit talking and go ahead and show you guys an example before I, before I confuse you too much. So in order to make a header, go ahead and in your tags type H1. That's the key tag or keyword for the header. Now let's go ahead and make our ending tag, and we'll name this H1. Now anything we type in between here is going to be in the header. So since a header is going to be like a title, let's go ahead and make like the world ends in 2012. That's a good title. That might be in the newspapers in the upcoming months. So let's go ahead and save this and refresh, and I'll show you guys what a header is. You can see that it's different than the default text on our web page because not only is it bigger, but it's also bolded as well. So whenever you're making titles on your web pages or you just want some text to stand out and pop, surround it with header tags and it's going to pop. Now let me go ahead and copy this, and under it I'm going to Control V, that's how you paste, and under it let's go ahead and change this line to header 2. So what we have in our body right here is we have a big header, a header under it that's slightly smaller, and we have just regular text. So let me show you guys the difference between header 1 and header 2. Let's go ahead and save this and refresh our web page, and it says bam, the world ends in 2012. This is header 1, this is header 2, and this is the regular plain old text that isn't surrounded by any tags at all. So now you can see the difference a header makes and the different sizes you get from having 1, 2, and they keep getting smaller all the way down to 6. So anyways, that is how you create a basic header and also add basic text in your body. So pretty simple, I know, but hey, we need this a good foundation before we can start adding images and making cool games and stuff like that. I mean, start with the basics, and eventually by the end of these tutorials you'll be a pro at designing websites. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys next tutorial. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your fourth XHTML and CSS tutorial, and in this tutorial what I'm going to be doing is teaching you guys about paragraphs and line breaks. So if you haven't noticed already, what I did is I deleted everything out of our body, so we just have a blank empty body with no tags in, because that was the stuff we learned about in the last tutorial. In this tutorial we're on to bigger and better things. So anyways, you should have a website that when you refresh it, it's just blank again. So, like I was saying, let's go ahead and learn about paragraphs. Now, first of all, if you don't know what a paragraph is, then I don't even know how you figured out how to watch this tutorial, because you're just clueless. But a paragraph is basically chunks of text, and it makes articles and magazines and text on a website easier to read. So you would think that whenever you created a website that making paragraphs would be essential to that. So I know what you're thinking. Bucky, if I want to create a paragraph on my website, it's simple. Just go ahead into my body and type in any text. Bucky is the best ever, paragraph 1. Go ahead and end it. Make a new paragraph a couple lines down and said, because he loves bacon, eats it too. And a bunch of typos, perfect. So 1 paragraph, 2 paragraph, let's save this and take a look at our awesome website with paragraphs. Refresh it. Whoa, WTF, Bucky? Why the heck is this all on one line? That's not what I typed in here. Well, check it out. XHTML is something called, what is it called? What's the technical name for it? I think it's like white space insensitive or something. And what this means is, even though you see all these spaces and new paragraphs, your browser looks at all of this in one long line of code. So it doesn't know that you have spaces or you want new paragraphs here. You need to tell it explicitly. So whenever we create a website and we want paragraphs, we have to surround the sections of text that we want in paragraphs with special tags. Now, we do this, well, let's just go ahead and do this. The special tag for paragraph is P. So let's go ahead and make this paragraph by starting it here and ending it here. And we'll make this a paragraph too, and we'll put a P right here and a P right there. So now we actually have these 2 paragraphs instead of just random text. So before, your browser looked at this as one big sentence. Oh my god, this girl keeps texting me. Let me see what she's saying. I'll read it to you guys, because she's probably like, quit reading my text in all your tutorials. Well, too bad. Quit texting me when I'm trying to teach. OMG, my final was terrible. I hate my life. Yeah, I'm definitely not texting her back. So anyways, let's go ahead and I lost track. So anyways, your browser used to see one long line of text. So now what we're telling it to do is, alright, make this text into a paragraph and makes this text into a paragraph. So let's go ahead and save this and see what we got. Instead of this long line of text right here, let's refresh it, and bam, look at that. 2 brand new, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful paragraphs. Oh, I'm getting a little excited there, but alright. So now that's good and all, but what are we saying? Alright, Bucky, I kinda am going for this look, but what I want is, I want this to be on the next line. So we already know that with paragraphs we have a space in between, just like a regular paragraph would. But let's go ahead and make it on the next line instead of having a space in between. So go ahead, delete all your P paragraph tags. And we already know this. We already know you can't do that, because when we save it, it's going to turn it into one long line again. So what is the trick that we can do to make it just on the next line, kind of like it's like here. Well, we can't surround it in paragraph tags because that'll add a space in between. Anytime we want to simulate, just hitting enter on the keyboard and moving the text to the next line, we need to add something called a line break. Now, you know how all the tags we created so far, with the exception of this one, has an opening and a closing. And that is so your website knows where to start and where to end, where your body knows where to start and where to end, where your head knows where to start and end, where your title knows where to start and where to end, and everything in between it is the title. Well, whenever you make a line break, you don't really need a beginning and an end of a line break. That's like doing something like dumb, like when I press enter on my keyboard, it doesn't need to know when you started or when you ended. It just needs to know when I press enter, go to the next line. Plain and simple. So the tag for a line break is going to be a little bit different than an opening and closing tag. Let me go ahead and show you guys what the tag is. So let's go ahead and move this all on one line first of all. And in between it, we're going to put a special tag, and that's BR, and after it, go ahead and make your forward slash. So as you see, in normal closing tags, we put the forward slash before the keyword, but in this one, we're putting it after the keyword. Anytime you have a single tag, you put the forward slash after the keyword. And this is the same for line breaks, images, something called a horizontal line or horizontal rule. But anyways, we'll get into that later. So anyways, let's go ahead and save this. And here's what's going to happen. It's going to say Bucky is the best ever on the first line. Then it's going to hit a break, which is pretty much going to shift everything down to the very next line. And then it's going to say, because he loves Bacana in EIC2. Interesting. So anyways, let's go ahead and refresh this, and bam, look at that. It breaks right here, and on the very next line it continues with the rest of its crap. So that's how you make a basic line break, and why those are useful. So something that might be really useful for is like if you were making an address, put Bucky Roberts 1331 whatever I live. I don't even know my address right now, but anyways, that's that. So let's go ahead and let me create a basic website real quick with the tools that we learned so far. We're going to start out with a header, which is H1, and end it with H1. Now everything in between here is going to be a header and be like best website ever with an exclamation point. Now under this header I might want a paragraph. So let's go ahead. I make all my tags first. Some people do this. Some people write, this is my paragraph. Make sure I got a couple typos in there, and then they make tags. But what I like to do is I like to make both the tags first and then fill in whatever I want in the middle. That way I don't forget about one tag or the other. So let's go ahead, and after this we might make like H2 and write, this is the second header, and let's go ahead and make a paragraph under this one and write, this is the second paragraph. Good enough. And now let's go ahead and add a line break, BR space forward slash, and after this write, and now I'm done with this tutorial. Pretty bad, but anyways, you get the point. So let's go ahead and save this. And so we got, let me make sure I didn't mess up anything before I embarrass myself. Yeah, I'll embarrass myself some other way. So let's go ahead and take a look at this beautiful website. Header 1, best website ever, and here's my first paragraph. And then header 2, it's a little bit smaller, but still noticeable. And here's my second paragraph with a line break in the middle and about 2,000 typos. So there you have it. There is how you create headers, paragraphs, line breaks, and all that good stuff. So in the next tutorial, I think we're ready to move on to something a little more advanced. So don't go ahead and start creating awesome websites so far, because if this is all you know, then you probably can't get a job with Microsoft just yet. So hold on to your horses and wait till the next tutorial. But for now, in the meantime, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, and thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys later. What is going on, guys? It's Bucky, and welcome to your, let's count, your 5th XHTML tutorial. Now in this tutorial, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be going over a couple more tags and also something called comments. So, just want to give you guys an introduction because things are going to get pretty intense and I didn't want to startle you guys. So anyways, let's go ahead and let's cover our first new tag, and that's a horizontal rule. You remember when I said in the last tutorial that there are pretty much two types of tags: opening and closing tags, which are pretty much normal, and you have these special tags right here. So you pretty much have double tags and single tags. Well, a horizontal rule is pretty much a line that goes across your website. So if you're saying, Bucky, why the F would I want a big line across my website? Well, it's actually more of like a separator. That's probably a better term. So whenever you have like a new topic or you want to make a distinct new section of your website, you add something called a horizontal rule. And why is it called a rule? Well, I think it has something to do with, like, if you ever got a notebook and it's like college rule or wide rule. I don't know. I think it's something weird in French, because those guys are weird over there. By the way, did you ever hear a French person or ever see him try to spell shop? SHOPPE. How many P's do you need in it, dude? Easy, French Canadian people. Anyways, enough of me bashing on French. I love you guys and your fries. So let's go ahead and make a horizontal rule. So here's our website right now. Best website ever. This is my paragraph. But let's say under this is my paragraph, then I want a line right here so people knew that it was a new section. I shouldn't say new twice. Two different spellings. Same sound. So people would know that it's a brand new section. Yeah, Bucky, that's a little better. So anyways, let's go ahead and add this. HR, and after it, make your forward slash, because remember with single tags, you need a forward slash after the little key name or whatever the text. So let's go ahead and save this and see what that does to our web page. Let's go ahead and refresh this and check it out. We now have a line across the total width of our website. So now it might be a little more clear to someone visiting the site that says, alright, this is one section and this is another section. By the way, if you're ever like looking on eBay or Amazon.com, they'd have like one item, a picture and low description, then they have a horizontal rule, have another item. So, in the future, if you guys want to make an auction website, then, keep in mind, horizontal rule. That's a nice little tip for you. That's what I'm here to, give you guys tips. So, yeah, you're welcome. So, anyways, aside from the horizontal rule, let's go ahead and spruce up this text a little more. Say, this is the second paragraph, and now I'm done with these tutorials. Let's learn how to bold and italicize text. Now, usually with all your styling and all the way you lay out things on your website, you want to use CSS, which we didn't cover yet. But for now, I'm going to show you guys how to style text using, basic bolding and italicizing. So anytime you want to bold either a word or an entire paragraph, you surround it with a tag strong. So strong. Let's go ahead and bold the word second. And let's just go ahead and copy this because I'm lazy. And Control V right there. So now the word second is going to be bolded. So let's scroll over and let's go ahead and italicize. I'm done with this. So italicize is a little bit different. Let's go ahead and make a tag. And it's actually EM. And now whenever you want to end the block of code that you want to italicize, let's just go ahead and write end EM. So now it's going to start right here with I'm, and it's going to italicize everything until it gets to this ending tag EM. So let's go ahead, and by the way, EM stands for emphasis, and that means italicize to your browser. So let's go ahead and save this and look at our new bolded and italicized text. Now you can see that this is the second, which is bolded or strong paragraph, and now I'm done with this. I guess that's how you would read it. And now I'm done with this tutorial. I don't know. However you read italicized stuff. So anyways, basically, don't mind me. That's how you bold and italicize text. So there's one other thing that I told you guys that I cover in this tutorial, but I can already see that we're getting all clustered up. So let's go ahead and delete everything inside your body again. There we go. Now let's save it, and now let's start with a blank body, just like that. So what I want to teach you guys is how to add a comment in your website. So let's go ahead and make some text. Hi, my name is Bucky, and I am very lucky. And next, maybe we can make this a paragraph, and maybe we can end it right here. And let's just go ahead and italicize something. Pretty dumb website we have going on, but hey, just an example. So, hi, my name is Bucky, paragraph, I am very lucky. This is an awesome website. I'm gonna post that, get it in Google search results. But anyways, what I wanted to teach you guys and why I had to make this dumb website is I want to teach you guys about comments. Now, comments are little notes that you post to yourself that the browser totally ignores. So they don't show up to the website, they don't show up on the website, they don't show up, where anyone can see them. They're just dumb little comments that you post to yourself. So, for example, if I was coding this website and I wanted to leave a comment to myself that's saying, do I want to change this text right now? Well, I don't know, but I want to leave like a post-it note telling me that maybe I'll come back to it, maybe I won't. Well, what you want to do is you want to leave yourself a comment, but you can't just type like this. You can't just type, change this paragraph under here or under me, because, whenever you do, it's going to show up on the screen right here. So what you need to do is you need to surround this in comment, I don't even know if they're called comment tags, but special comment symbols. So in order to that, press the less than sign, exclamation point, minus, minus, and now everything after this is going to be a comment until you get to minus, minus, greater sign. So this comment is going to be seen by you, but it's going to be ignored by the browser whenever it comes across it. So let's go ahead and save this and check it out. See this text? Change this paragraph under me? Whenever you refresh it, the browser just ignores it right there. So that is how you can, kind of leave notes to yourself throughout your document. Maybe if you want to change something, or maybe, just want to put the date when you worked on it. If we were, 10 years in the future, that would be the date. But anyways, a comment is basically a post-it note that you can see, but no one that's looking at your website in the browser is basically just going to ignore. So you might see me leave comments later on. With a short website like this, you don't really need it, but when you're working on something really long or working on something as a team, they're really useful. So anyways, that's what comments are. That's how you bold and emphasize text, and that's what horizontal rules do. So in the next tutorial, we're going to be going over something sweet. We're going to be going over how to make links. Pretty sweet. Links to Google, links to other web pages, and that's going to take a couple tutorials, so that's what you guys have to look forward to. But for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and if you guys got any good jokes, leave it in the comment section, because I'm in the mood for a good joke. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next tutorial. What is going on, everybody? It's Bucky, and welcome back to your 6th XHTML tutorial. Now, in this tutorial, as promised, we're going to be starting to cover links. Now, if you never heard of a link before, then first of all, you're an idiot, because a link is the main concept behind the internet. Basically, it's the idea that you could link one page and connect it to another page. So it's basically a section of text or a picture or anything that you click and it takes you to another web page. So you guys know what a link is, so why am I even explaining it? So let's go ahead and learn how to make a basic link. The first thing you need to make a link is something that you're going to create a link. And this can either be text or a picture. In this case, I'm just going to use plain old text. So let's go ahead and type, "This will be a link." Now if we saved it and looked at it right now, then it would just be text on the screen, and when you click it, it does nothing but highlight it. Pretty dumb. So in order to make this a link, what we need to do is we need to surround it with tags. In the element name, or the tag name for a link, is A, and this stands for anchor. Why they named it A for anchor and not L for link or H for hyperlink, I don't know. but it's pretty much the dumbest naming convention ever. But A means link or anchor, whatever you prefer. So, anyways, that is going to make your text a link. But you're saying, all right, Bucky, something's wrong with this right here. That text is a link, but what's it a link to? Is it a link to another web page on our site? Is it a link to Google? Is it a link to eBay, Amazon.com? Well, let me introduce another topic, and that is attributes. In some tags, in this one especially, you need to have something called an attribute. An attribute is basically more information that that tag needs in order to work. So not only are we telling this text that it needs to be a link, but we also need to tell it where to link. So the attribute that goes in here, and here's how you create attributes. In your opening tag, the one without the forward slash, go ahead and press space. Now go ahead and write the name of the attribute. The location is href. So this is hyperlink reference, I think that means. It pretty much means what's the location of the website that you want to link it to. So instead of a and href, it would be a lot easier if it was link and website, but you know, they had to be dumb and name it all sorts of weird stuff. So it's a and href. So we got href. All we need to do now is set it equal to and put quotation marks. So anytime you have an attribute, write the attribute's name, set it equal to something, and in between the quotation marks, write what you're going to make it equal. So in this case, the information that we need to give href is a website. What website do we want to link this text to? So let's just go ahead and put http google.com. So let's go ahead and save this and see our baby in action. Refresh this and check it out. Our text is now a link, and when I click it, it takes me right to Google. How awesome is that? So anyways, to recap one last time, whenever we want to link something, we first need to surround it with these A tags. A stands for link. Pretty confusing, huh? And in order to tell it what website we want to link it to, we need to write href, which is the attribute, stands for hyperlink reference, equals the website name. And make sure you write the full name, just don't write google.com or else it's probably going to mess up. So with that being said, let's go ahead and we know how to link to sites like Google, eBay, Amazon, YouTube, but what if we want to link to another file or another page in our website? Well, let's go ahead and create another page first of all. And in order to do that, just go ahead and copy this and go ahead and hit this new button, or actually easier, just go to File, File, New, and we get this new file. Now let's just go ahead and paste this in, and in our body just write, this is the second page. And for the title, just write second page. And now let's go ahead and save this file, save as, not index, just go ahead and save it as second. And my computer's freezing. That's just great. Second HTML, just like that. So save this page as second. So now in our directory or in our folder, we got two pages. Let me tighten this up just a little bit. And this is the index page. This is our main page. And this is our secondary page. So now our website has two pages. Pretty cool, huh? So let's go ahead and in our main page, we're going to want to go ahead and make this a link to our second page. So let's change the text first of all. This will link to the second page. So now as a href, all we need to do is, since these two files are in the same directory, and let me show you what I'm talking about. Here's my folder I'm working on, and here is where the websites are. Here's where I'm saving them on my computer. The index is right here and the second is right here. So they're in the same folder. As long as all your web pages are in the same folder, you can easily link them by just writing the name of the website. So if we want to link this to our second.html file, let's just go ahead and href instead of Google, just put second.html. So anyways, the basics is this. Oh, got whooping kennel cough or something. So in order to link to a website that's not yours, just go ahead and write the full name, like http google.com. If you want to link to a web page that is yours, you just need to go ahead and write the name of the web page .html. So let's go ahead, and we already saved it. Let's see what we got. This will link to the second page. Go ahead and click it. This is the second page. So that's how you make a link between pages. Again, what you could do maybe if you wanted to start off with some navigation is you could make a link on this back to the first page. So maybe we'll do that in the next tutorial. Give you some nice connectivity. Does that even work, connectivity? I don't know, but I'm gonna say it, so oh well. So now you know how to create a basic link, and if you guys are still a little bit confused, then either watch this tutorial again or just keep watching the rest of my tutorials, and I promise it'll clear up for you guys. So anyways, thank you guys for watching, and don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. What's going on, guys? It's Bucky, and welcome back to your 7th XHTML tutorial. In this tutorial, what we're going to be learning how to do is create a link within the same page. So we're saying, alright Bucky, you are an idiot. Why would I want to click a link that takes me to the same page where I'm already at? Why can't I just hit refresh if I was just going to do that? Well, this is helpful for one main reason. If you have a really long website and you don't want to have the user scroll down looking for whatever piece of information they need on that website, you can create something like a table of contents or a directory at the top, and then they click whatever information they want and it just shoots them down to whatever they were looking for. So before this tutorial, what I did is I went and grabbed a bunch of random information. This is actually the rules for my forum. If you ever get a chance, check it out, thenewboston.com/forum. Plug. And you can use whatever you want, but I just needed a lot of text. So as you can see, this is a pretty long web page, and if the user was looking for something on here, you don't want to make them go to your website and scroll down and be like, yeah, you find whatever information you're looking for. This is 2011. We don't have time for that. I want my data right now, biatch. So let's go ahead and create a navigation system where it makes it easier for the user. So the first thing that we need to do is write, alright, where do we want our target to be? So let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and make a link at the top that says farming or something, and when they click it, it shoots them right down to this section. And maybe we'll create another one that says caps, and when they click that, it shoots them right down to this section, so they don't have to scroll through looking for it all. So in order to link to this section of our webpage, we need to create a target, a way of saying this is where I want to link. So in order to do that, go in your code where it says post count farming and go ahead and add your anchors. And take note, you don't need anything in between these anchor tags because we're not really linking to anything. This is just the destination where we want to end up. So anyways, in your first A tag, what you need to do is this. You need a name for your target. That way, if you have a bunch of different targets on your web page, your browser knows what one you're talking about. So instead of href like before, this attribute is called name. And set this equal to whatever name you want. I'm just going to name mine farm because, this is a section about post count farming. So why not name it farm? Simple enough. So go ahead and write a name equals farm. So now we have the destination. This is the destination where we want to end up. Now in order to link to that destination, here's what we need to do. At the top of your page, or wherever you want, go ahead and add your anchor tags. Your ending anchor tag, and write something in between like farming section. Now whenever they click this, it should take them to the farming section. But in order to link to this section, you need to do something weird. Remember that href attribute that took you, to other pages like Google or something? Well, instead of writing the name of a website, what we can do if we want to link to a different section of the same website is write the # and then write whatever name the anchor had. So that name was farm, so let's go ahead and name that farm. So again, let's go ahead and save this, and I'll show you guys how it works before. So let's go ahead and refresh, and now we have a link at the top that says farming section, and whenever we click it, it takes us right down to the section of post count farming. So we don't have to scroll all the way back there. Just click it and it takes us there. Pretty sweet, huh? So let me go ahead and do this one more time with a different section until it really sticks in your brain. So let's go ahead and link to this advertising section. Why the heck not? So let's go ahead and add my tags first. And as this name, I'm going to set name equals ADS for ads. So now let's go ahead at the top here and let's go ahead and make another ads section, not bad. And now is href for this, or is the destination for this, go ahead and write # ads, because remember the name of this target was ads. So now let's go ahead and save this bad boy. Hopefully I didn't mess anything up. Refresh. And check this out. Whenever we want to go to the farming section, click farming section. It takes you to farming. Whenever we want to go to the ad section, click ad section. It takes you to advertising. How sweet is that? A nice little navigation bar at the top to link to different places on our website. So again, the thing, I just want to recap one last time. You don't need any link right here because this is just a destination. We're not making a link itself. We're just making the end destination. What you do need a link for is this. At the top section, the navigation bar, the place where you click, that's where you need to make the links. And in order to do that, use your href attribute, and for the destination, put #, which pretty much means somewhere on my website, and the name, whatever you named it, that keyword. So that is basically how do you create a link within a web page, and that's why it is useful. So don't forget, anytime you create a long web page and you don't want to annoy the user, this is the system that you need to set up. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to check out my other videos, and I will smell you guys later. Alright guys, welcome back to your 8th XHTML and CSS tutorial. In this tutorial, we're going to be finishing up talking about links. Now, we need to cover two last things. One is how to make a link to an email address, and the second is how to make something called a tooltip, which is pretty much when you hover over the link, a box pops up showing what, it can say anything you want. You'll see when we get there, but first, let's learn how to create a link to someone's email address. And these may be useful on the Contact Us page, or, well, you'll see. So let's go ahead and make a link that says email Bucky. So that's going to be the text on the screen. So now what you need to do is, for that href, let's just go ahead and set that equal to someone's email. So you might think that it's just as easy as writing an email in here like bucky@yahoo.com, but it's not. What you need to do is, before you write their email address, you need to write the keyword mail to with a colon. Oops, not mail TP, not mail toilet paper. Mail to, there you go. So let's go ahead and save this and see what happens. Refresh, and go ahead and if you click this, then your default, whatever your email program is, pops up. And I didn't set mine up yet, but if it was set up, then it would, get ready to email Bucky. So that brings me to another point. This is why I don't like or recommend linking to people's email. If you want to give someone your email on a website, just go ahead and write it in plain text. Then they can copy it and paste it into their email editor, or what's it, email program, whatever. Because I use like yahoo.com, you probably use like Gmail or something. So whenever I click this link, I don't want Outlook to pop up ever, because I hate Outlook. So anyways, just keep that in note. Keep your users in mind whenever you're designing a web page. But anyways, recapping one last time, whenever you want to create a link to an email, which I don't recommend, but anyways, you need to write href, and as the address, write mail to, and then their email address. If you go ahead and just write their email address, it won't work. Let's watch what happens. Refresh and click, and it gives us a bunch of errors. So that's why you need that little mail to thing in front of it. So that is how you create a link to someone's email address. Simple enough, even though I hate it. So the last thing I want to cover is how to create one of those tooltips, and that's this. let's go ahead and create a basic link to Google first. So and let's go ahead and end it. The text is going to be Google, and the destination is going to be href equals http google.com. So this is a link to Google. Let's go ahead and check it out. Run, launch in Chrome. When you click it, it links to Google. Easy enough. But what I think would be a good idea is when you hover over it, a box pops up telling you, maybe giving you some more information about Google. So let's just go ahead and learn how to do that right now. You know how I said that sometimes tags need something called attributes, which give them more information about that tag? Well, not only does the A tag have an href attribute, but it also has a title attribute. So if you take the title and set it equal to, awesome search engine, whenever we save this and refresh it, now look what happens when we hover over Google. It says awesome search engine as the tooltip. So that is how you create a basic tooltip. Again, you can put more than one attribute inside a tag. Just make sure that they're not touching each other and it's the same format as before. The attribute's name, and set it equal to whatever you want. So that is how you create a link to Google with its tooltip. Tooltip. I didn't, your video's not skipping. I actually was just stuttering. So that is how you do that. Now you guys know basically everything you need to know about links. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to watch the next tutorial, because that isn't all there is to web design. There's a ton more stuff we have to cover. So anyways, one last time, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. Alright guys, welcome to your 9th XHTML tutorial, and this tutorial is going to be awesome because we're going to finally cover how to add images to our web page. I mean, how dumb is a web page without any images? Pretty dumb. So let's go ahead and learn how to add images to our web page. Now, in order to add an image to our web page, we first need an image, of course. So go on your computer, it doesn't matter anywhere, and grab the dumbest image you can find. This chicken's pretty dumb, but I want something a little dumber than that. Here we go. Look at this, big old dummy. Let's go ahead and copy that. That's me, by the way. And remember the file name. It's myface.png. And if you don't know the file name, all you need to do is this. Right-click any image, like, it's a little inappropriate, like this YouTube logo, and click Properties. And the file name is going to be this, and the extension is going to be the type of file right there. So anyways, if you don't know how to look up your file name or extension, that's how you do it. But anyways, what we did is I copied that image of my face. Now where I need to put it is in the same folder where the HTML file is. So I'm working from this folder right here. You can see that index file, that's this right here. And let's just go ahead and paste that my face image right in there. So now the picture and the website are in the same folder. So don't forget, this is named myface.png. That's what type of file it is. So in order to add an image to the website, you need to have them in the same folder. Done. The next step is to add the image tag to your website. And the special tag or a special keyword for an image is img. And you know how I said before that there are two basic types of tags. A double tag, which has an opening and closing tag, and a single tag. Well, an image is one of those single tags. Makes sense because it's just one image. You don't need to surround text with it or anything. So, image has one attribute that you absolutely need. That's absolutely required. And that's the src. It stands for source, I believe. And it basically means, what file do you want to use as this image? In here you type the name of the file that you want to use, and mine was myface.png. Yours is probably going to be different, but that's what mine is. So that's all you need to do in order to take an image and place it on your website. So let's go ahead and save this, run, and launch in Chrome. So now check it out. This is probably one of the greatest websites I've ever seen. Just a website with my face on it. If I made this, it would get like 1,000 hits a day, because that's how awesome I am. I mean, look at this face. You don't see that every day. Anyways, so that is how you create a basic image and put it on your website. But since we learned how to make links, let's go ahead and combine the two to make something just incredibly awesome. See, now we just have a dumb old face on the website. We can't click it, it's not interactive at all. Say we want to take this image and turn it into a link. And of course, we're going to link it to thenewboston.com because that's the best website ever. So what you can do is, outside of your image tag, go ahead and add your anchor tags. Opening and closing at the end. Now in your opening tag, you need one attribute, and that's of course, if you remember, the href attribute, and this is pretty much what location or what website do you want to link it to. And I want to link this to http thenewboston.com. So let's go ahead and save this and refresh this, and now you can see when we hover over our image, it turns it into a little pointer finger, which means we're hovering over a link. So let's go ahead, let me center this, click that and check it out. It's now going to take you to thenewboston.com. Wow, what an awesome website. Check out all my tutorials here. Wow, this guy's a genius. I wonder who made this one. So anyways, that is how you make a basic image, and you can also turn it into a link this way. Some images you might not want to turn into links, but you know, in this case we did. So now that you understand the basics of images, we can begin diving in a little deeper and learning some other cool, neat tricks that goes along with them. But for now, that's all you get. 5 minutes, I'm tired, I'm gonna go eat a Hot Pocket or go to McDonald's or something. So for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to check out my other videos. Don't forget to go to my website. And you know, don't forget anything. And I'll see you later. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 10th XHTML tutorial. And in this tutorial, what I'm going to be talking about is how to resize an image. Because sometimes you just have images on your website that are just either they're probably way too big, or maybe they're way too long width-wise. So sometimes we need to learn how to resize an image so they fit better on our website. So what I did before this tutorial is I went ahead and I took a huge image of this video game right here, Madden, what year is it? Madden 10, and I threw in my directory. So you know, I didn't want to show you guys me doing that because it would just waste time. But this image is way larger than we need for our website, so we need to figure out a way to resize it and put it on our website. So first and foremost, what we want to do is actually get it on our website before we start shrinking stuff. So let's go ahead, and we know how to do that. Image, let's go ahead and put our ending tag right now. And for the source, the name is madden1.jpg. So let's go ahead and save this and see how it looks. Oh mama, this is like the biggest image ever. No one's ever going to be able to tell what that is. That's like a billboard size image right there. So we want to shrink it so it's like only 150 pixels tall. So in order to shrink that image, here's what we need to do. Not only does the image parameter, or excuse me, the image tag take an attribute called source, but it also takes another attribute called height, and we can set this equal to whatever number of pixels we want. I want my image to be 150 pixels tall, so for height, set it equal to 150. Now go ahead and save this, what the heck, save this and refresh your screen. Gotta get all my S's in order, and refresh it and see what we get. Yeah, that's a whole lot better than that big mumbo jumbo billboard poster we had on there earlier. So now we have a beautiful, small, 150 pixel tall Madden 10 image. So, you know, if you're making a site like eBay or something, that might come in handy. So before I just let you guys go, I want to talk to you guys about a couple things. You know, this is going to be useful information later on. Whenever you resize an image this way, it doesn't, you know, make your, you might be thinking this, alright, I'll make all my images smaller, and that way my web page will load faster because the file size will be smaller. It doesn't work like that. What your browser is doing is it's loading that huge big image, you know, downloading however many bits that is, and then it's shrinking it. So you're not loading a small image, you're loading the huge image, and you're just making it look smaller. So in that sense, your web page is not going to speed up at all. It has to download that huge image no matter what. So it would be better if you wanted your web page to load faster if you went ahead into a program like Photoshop or something and actually took this image and shrunk it so the image size was smaller itself, and then you just posted that on your website. So in that way, that's what you should do. You shouldn't always, take huge images and just post them and resize them down like I showed you right here. What you should do, the preferred way, is go into an image editing program and make it a smaller file and then put it on your website. So that's a lot easier way. It saves your browser from doing any extra work. So you're saying, all right, Bucky, why the heck would you even teach me that if that's the preferred way to do so? Well, that way's helpful when you know you're going to be making an image, like maybe you're making a website with a logo. It's useful when you add images to the website. But what if you had a website like Amazon.com or eBay or even Facebook where you allowed users to upload images of any size and you shrunk them down to what you wanted them to be? Well, I think I just answered my own question. This is only useful whenever you're going to have a website like eBay where you can say, all right, upload any size image you want, and I'm going to shrink them so they all fit nice and neat. That is when you would want to use something like that. But trust me, making websites like eBay and Amazon are a couple tutorials away from now. So anyways, that is the basics of resizing an image, when you should do it and when you shouldn't do it, and why it doesn't save you any loading time to do it this way. So anyways, thank you guys for watching, and the next tutorial will probably be talking a little more about images, maybe finishing them up. So anyways, practice adding some images to your website, and let me know how it goes. So thank you guys for watching, I'll see you later. What is going on, guys? Welcome back to your 11th XHTML tutorial, and in this tutorial I think it's time to start covering tables. Now, what a table is it's an easy way to organize information on your website into rows and columns. It might make it easier to read, easier to view, easier to navigate. So if you're familiar with Microsoft Excel at all, that pretty much is a program to make tables. It's the same concept as like a spreadsheet. So if you don't know what a table is or you never saw one before, then the easiest way to learn is just to watch this tutorial, and trust me, by the end of it you'll get it like that. So the first thing that we need to do in order to create a table is to make our table tags. And yes, the keyword for this is table, and the ending tag table. So our entire table, all of the information, is going to go in between these tags. So as I said before, tables consist of rows and columns. Now let's go ahead and make a table with 2 rows. In order to do this, we need the tag TR. This stands for table row, and also at an ending TR, in everything that goes in between the opening and closing TR tag, that's going to be 1 row of the table. So let's go ahead and copy this and paste it, and now we have a table with 2 rows. We don't have any information in there, but hey, we got a table with 2 rows. It's a start. So remember earlier I said that tables consist of rows and columns. Well, in order to make a column in your table, go ahead and add some space in between your table rows so we have some room to work. And you might think that the keyword for this is TC, but it's not. It's actually TD, and I believe this stands for table data. Why they didn't name it column, I don't know. It would have made a lot more sense, but hey, I don't make the rules, they do. So anyways, TD, and also an ending, TD, maybe it stands for touchdown, who knows. And anything you put inside here is going to show up in that column. So let me go ahead and just copy this. So now our first table row has 3 columns in it. So if we copy this and paste it right here, so check it out. We have a table and it has 1 row and another row right here, and each of these rows have 3 columns. Now if you save this and refresh it right now, we'll get an empty screen. Even though we have a table there, if we don't have any data inside, then nothing's going to show up because it's like a blank table. So let's go ahead and add some data. Just write, whatever's on your mind. Let's see what's on my mind today. Fish in capital letters. Must have accidentally hit caps lock. Apples. Let's see what else. Tuna. Dang, I must be hungry or something. Let's see. A tuba. Musical. Ham chops. And let's see. corn with a question mark, like you're asking someone a sentence or a question or something. Who knows? Whatever 6 things are on your mind, throw in there. So let's go ahead and save this and see what we got. Go ahead and refresh this, and you can see that our table now consists of the 2 rows. Here's row 1, and here's row 2, and each of these rows has 3 columns. 1, 2, 3 in the first one, 1, 2, 3 in the second one. And if you kind of highlight over it, you can kind of see the border, which brings me to another point. If you don't quite understand yet, trust me, here's a little attribute that you can add to your table to make it a lot more clear, or a lot clearer. More clear or clear? I don't know what the correct term is, but anyways, you see how our table has no borders and the edges are kind of hard to see? Well, table has an attribute called border, and you can set it equal to however thick you want the border to be. So let's go ahead and just make it 1 pixel thick and save it and check it out. We now have a table that's a whole lot easier to see that yes, it does in fact consist of 2 rows with 3 columns in each row. So yeah, that may be a little bit easier. So from now on, I'm probably going to add that attribute in the upcoming tutorials just because it makes everything a lot more clear. So anyways, that is your basics of how to create a table, how to create individual rows and columns, and in theory you can have as many rows as you want and also as many columns in each row. So yeah, that's it. And another thing I want to point out before I let you guys go, you see that all we did is add text into these columns or table data, but you can add anything that you would add in the body. For example, if I wanted to add an image right here, I could add an image. If I wanted to add a link or a paragraph or a header, I could do that. So anything that you could add in the body of your website, you can add in a table data. So that's how you create tables. I hope you enjoyed. Don't forget to stick around for the next couple of tutorials because we are not done with tables yet. There's a whole slew of things to cover. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. What is up, people? How y'all doing today? Welcome back to your, let's see what this is, 12th XHTML tutorial. I always go, let's see what this is, or what number is it? I probably should just, think about what number it is before I start talking, but, I didn't. So anyways, on with the tutorial. In this tutorial, I said we're going to be talking a little more about tables, and I meant it, because in this tutorial we're going to be learning about table headers. Now, a header for your table is pretty much a title that you can put for each column. So if you just have a table with a bunch of data in it, people might be confused, be like, are these addresses, or are they phone numbers, or are they names of people, or street names? I need a title to tell me what each row means, or excuse me, what each column means. So in order to do that, we need to create table headers. So in order to create table headers, we first need a table. So let's go ahead and make a table with a border of 1 and put the ending table so we don't forget it later on. And inside our table, let's just go ahead and make 3 rows. So table row, and let's go ahead and copy this. Actually, let's go ahead and indent this, make it easier to read, and copy this and paste and paste. So now we have a table with 3 rows in it. Now let's go ahead and space out these rows. This is going to make it easier to read. And inside the first row, what we want to do is, let's say we want to make a web page of the girls that I think are awesome and beautiful. Seems like an appropriate topic, so let's go ahead and add our first header at the top. Now, in order to make a header, it's TH. This stands for table header, and these are going to be the headers for your columns. So anything that you put in a header is not going to be like a regular table data. It's going to be bold and center. So these are perfect for making the titles. You're going to see later on how awesome they are. So let's go ahead and make 3 of them. We'll have 3 columns in this table. We'll have the name of the girl, and I'll write a movie that they played in. I'll pick movie stars and write the person who they love right there. So I'm going to have their name, a movie that they played in, and someone that they love in the 3rd column. So let's go ahead and in our first row, we'll make our first girl. Remember, you need table data for this because this is just regular data information. So let me go ahead and copy this So now we have 3 bits of data. The first one is the name, and the first girl that is awesome is Natalie Portman, even though she's priggery right now. Best of luck, Natalie. And a movie that she played in, Garden State. If you guys never saw it, I would highly recommend checking it out. And the person that they love, let's just go ahead and put Bucky because, you know, I'm pretty irresistible if I don't say myself. So let's go ahead and take all this data, copy it, and put it into our next row. But we can't just stress the fact how much Natalie Portman loves me because, I mean, we all know that. So let's go ahead and pick a new girl. And that would be Rachel McAdams, and that's the girl who played in The Notebook and Mean Girls. She played, I think, Regina in Mean Girls. Don't ask me how I know that. Just you know, just let it slide. And who she loves, yeah, we'll just leave that Bucky for now. So, and go ahead and save that and refresh this and check it out. The name, this is your table header right now, and you can see a table header is different because A, it's centered. All these are left justified, and this is centered, and also they're bold, so they stand out. So now when someone looks at this table, they won't see just random information, but they can see what each column means. It's a lot easier to read and a lot easier to follow. So yeah, this actually looks like a pretty accurate table. So I'm just gonna leave it like that, and I'm gonna publish this. And yeah, we're good to go. So anyways, that's the basics of how you make a header for your table and also place it above table data, and also some little insight into movie stars and who they love. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and if you have any questions, go to my forum, thenewboston.com/forum, and someone will answer them for you. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you later. Alright guys, welcome to your 13th XHTML and CSS tutorial. In this tutorial, we're going to be covering something called a col span. Now, whenever you make a table, you don't always want to make a perfect grid. You don't always want the same number of columns on every row. 3, 3, 3, 3. It gets boring and it's just not useful. So maybe you want to make a table that has 1 column at the top and 2 columns in the middle and maybe 5 columns at the end. So maybe you want to change it up a bit, but from what we know so far, we don't know how to do that. Well, this tutorial is going to show you how. So for example, well, let me do this first. Let's go ahead and create a table so we have something to work with, and let's go ahead and make it 4 rows. Press tab, table row, table row. So let's copy this, and easy fingers, take it easy there. So now we have a table with 4 rows in it, and might as well add our little border attribute so we don't get confused. Now in our first row, let's go ahead and add that main title across the top. So let's say for the rest of this table in these rows, let's go ahead and make it simple and only add 2 columns. But for this first one, we want a title big and centered, and we want it to span across 2 columns. So there's only going to be 1 piece of data in here, but it's going to cover 2 columns worth of information. So let's go ahead and make it a table header, because you know those are the pieces of data that stand out. And let's go ahead and make a table about odd people. And for our table header, first and foremost, we need to introduce that attribute called colspan and set this equal to 2. Now colspan stands for column span, and it says how many columns do you want to span this piece of data across. Well, we want it to take up 2 columns, so that's how you do that. Make colspan equal 2. And actually one other thing we can do while we're here is we can go ahead and make this a header 3. That will make it a little bigger and bold as well. So odd people is going to be spanning across 2 columns. It's going to be bolded and centered. So now in our second row, let's go ahead and add some data. Actually, let's go ahead and add 2 more headers. And let me just go ahead and copy this. So the first column is going to be the type of people I find odd, and the second column is going to be the reason I find them odd. So in our third row, let's go ahead and start populating the table with some data. So TD, TD, and let's go ahead and copy this because I am way too lazy to type all that again, and paste it. So the first type of people that I find odd are cat people. And the reason I find them odd, let's just write something like 7 cats is just too many. Because seriously, people, anything over like 3, then you're kind of pushing the limit there. So just take it easy and back off. You don't need that many cats. Trust me, they want the attention, not company. So let's go ahead and copy this right here, and in our last row, paste this, and let's find another type of people. Let me think. Loud people. I find them odd, and the reason I find them odd is because let's put, sure, turn that music up. It's only 3 a.m. and make sure you spell music wrong and it looks good, so we're good to go. Cause you know, at 3 a.m. really, do you need to be blaring your music as loud as you possibly can? That's just annoying. So anyways, go ahead and save this and see what we got. Refresh it and check it out. The main odd people, you can see that this table basically consists of 2 columns. 1, 2. But this main one right here, we told it to col span 2, if you remember right there. So what this did is it took this piece of data and it spanned it across 2 columns. 1 column and 2 column. And the rest of this was just stuff we learned before. The table headers, type and reason, that's why they are bolded and centered. And the table data, which is this regular dumb old data, is just plain old text, left justified. See, this is pushed to the left, everything's pushed to the left. So that is how you make, you know, this is a pretty organized looking table. It's a lot easier to read than, you know, if you didn't use col span or didn't bold anything. So anyways, that's a useful table. So if you ever are wondering, hey, I wonder what type of people Bucky finds odd, you can go back to this and use it as a reference. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you guys later. What's up guys, welcome to your 14th XHTML and CSS tutorial, and in this tutorial I want to talk to you guys about table width. But before I get started, I want to tell you guys that if you're following along with my last tutorial, you'll notice that I took out that big title at the top that says odd people, because for this tutorial it'll just confuse you if you leave it in. So go ahead and take that out and make sure that your table only has regular table headers and table data in it. So once you have a basic table, you can continue. So what I want to talk to you guys about, like I said, is table width. Now by default, whenever you create a table, it's going to adjust the width automatically to however long the longest piece of data is. So this is the longest piece of data. So that is how long the column needs to be. And you see this column is shorter, so that's why this is that short. So it makes sense, right? But what if you say, alright, the table would look a lot better on my webpage if it was just a little bit wider? Well, actually, this is possible with XHTML, and it's really simple to do. You can adjust the width of your table in 2 ways. Aside from border, table has another attribute called, can you guess it? Width. There you go. 1 point for you. And you can adjust the width, like I said, in 1 of 2 ways. The first thing that you can do is just write a number, and whenever you write a number in there, it will adjust to that many pixels exactly. So let's go ahead and save this and refresh and check it out. It now adjusts to 500 pixels. So now your table is 500 pixels wide, regardless of how long the data is inside it. So that's pretty cool. Another way you can adjust the width is to give it a percentage. And if you go ahead and give it something like 100%, it's going to adjust to 100% of the width of your website. So let's go ahead and save this and check it out. It now takes up 100% width. So if you go ahead and shrink this, check it out, it's still taking up 100%. No matter how small or how long it goes, it changes dynamically based on how wide your browser is. So we're saying, alright, I don't know how big their screen is going to be, but I know I want my table to take up 100% of the space. That is how you can use that, a percentage of, you know, instead of a number, what would just be pixels, you can use a percentage. That's what I was trying to say. So that is how you can adjust the width of your table. And now I want to talk to you guys about another thing that you can add, and let's go ahead and get rid of this width because it will just confuse you. So let's go ahead and keep the border, and now I want to talk to you guys about a concept called cell padding and cell spacing. So let's go ahead and save this and refresh it. Let's see, there we go. Refresh until we just got a normal table. You might be saying, alright Bucky, this table is looking pretty dang good, but everything's just too clustered together. I need some space in between this text and the border, or I just kind of need things spaced out some more to make it easier to read. Well, that is also possible with XHTML, and you do that with an attribute. There's two different attributes. One's called cell padding, and one's called cell spacing. Let's go ahead and start with cell padding. Cell padding is the idea that it gives you space between your text in this case and the border. So whatever content is inside, in this case the word cat people, and the border, you can write an amount in there, and that's how many pixels it's going to give you to space. So let's go ahead and make this 10 pixels and check it out. You see how everything's kind of tied up, the text is kind of bumped up against the border? Let's refresh it and check it out. We now have some padding around the text or the contents of your table and the border. So, I mean, that's what cell padding is. Pretty much puts pads in your cell. Maybe that's where they come up with it. Who knows? So now let's change over to something called cell spacing. Cell spacing? What? I was going to say spell chasing, I think. What the heck does that mean? Cell spacing is the idea that you have space between your cells themselves. So instead of having padding around your text, you're going to be having space between your individual cells. So let's go ahead and refresh this. You hear that siren? Let's see what's going on. Probably just a bank robbery or a homicide or something. No big deal. I'm just going to keep talking. So let's go ahead and refresh this. Yeah, that's kind of annoying and it's kind of distracting me. So yeah, it's getting louder. Oh my god, they're coming right here. Anyways, so now you can see that cell spacing is the space between the cells themselves. The text is still bumped up against the border, but the cells are separated from each other a little bit. Kind of like giving yourself a thicker border. So anyways, that's the difference between cell padding and cell spacing. A lot of people get that confused, but hopefully I explained it so you guys understand what it means. And now you would know when to use one and when to use the other. So between, adjusting your border, your table width, your cell padding, and your cell spacing, and also with col span and stuff, you can pretty much get any type of table that you want. So there is basically the basics to tables. So now that you guys understand this, you're ready to move on to the next subject. What it is, I don't know. But anyways, it's going to be awesome. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to check out my website. And I will see you guys next video. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to your 15th XHTML and CSS tutorial. In this tutorial, I'm going to be covering lists. But before I do, I want to talk to you guys about this doc type right here because I thought I could get away with it, but I've been getting a lot of hate mail and people are complaining about this doc type for good reason. You know how I said that every XHTML document needs to have a doc type to make it valid? Well, the truth is that this is not a valid doc type, and I shouldn't even be telling you this, but to be completely honest, if you go ahead and delete your doc type altogether, then your browser is still going to read your web page and it's probably going to be just fine. But if you want to make a valid doc type and a valid XHTML document, you might want to do this if you're making a website for someone or if you had a job designing websites. You need to have a valid doc type. So let me go ahead and grab one from over here. That is what a valid doc type looks like. I think there are three major kinds. Strict, which is like you need to write your code exactly. Transitional, which is the best of the new XHTML and the old HTML. And I think there's one called frame set. Don't ever use that because that has to deal with using the old HTML frames, and I'm not even going to teach you guys what frames are because they're worthless and I hate them and no one uses them. So that is what a valid doc type looks like. I just didn't want to throw this on you guys in the first tutorial because you guys would be like, alright, if this is the crap I'm going to have to learn, then I'm just going to quit watching these tutorials right now. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead and leave that in there right now. So yeah, now I have a valid XHTML document. So now we can continue with the meat of this tutorial, and that is covering a list. Not Lisp like list, like L-I-S-T. So the first list I'm going to cover is probably the most common list, and that's an unordered list. And whenever you make an unordered list on your webpage, it's just going to take the items and make them appear as bullet points. So when would you want to use an unordered list? Say you're making a website of like things you want for Christmas. Those things don't really need to be in order, because you want all of them, so you don't need them numbered or anything. It's just like a bulleted list. So enough of me talking. Let's go ahead and make that right now. In order to make an unordered list, the keyword is UL, and of course the ending is UL. So now here is where your list starts and here is where your list ends. But you're saying, Bucky, there's nothing in my list. Well, let's go ahead and change that. So in between your tags, anytime you want to add an item to your list, you need to add the tag LI. This stands for list item, and of course the ending LI. Now anything you put in between here is going to be an item in your list, and you can have as many items as you want. So let's go ahead and make this my Christmas list. So what do I want for Christmas? Let me think real quick. New sunglasses because my old ones are scratched up. And let's just go ahead and copy this because I'm lazy. And alright, so we want new sunglasses. What else do I want? A computer. Can never have too many computers. I want some paintings. Did I spell that wrong? Good. Perfect. Paintings for my walls. And by the way, why am I saying this? Because I'm in my office right now, and on my walls there are like 4 hooks where paintings or photos or something should go, and I don't have any paintings or anything to hang on there. So now I just have 4 dumb looking hooks on my wall. So anyways, I want some paintings for my walls. Alright, and last but not least, I want a hot pocket because hot pocket, hey, close enough. Everyone needs a hot pocket on Christmas. It's just like a rule. So let's go ahead and save this, and now you can see what an unordered list looks like. See, like I told you, it's just a bunch of bullet points. So anytime you want to make a list and they don't need to be in particular order, this is what type of list you would use. Again, the keyword is UL and the items in it are LI. So let's go ahead and change this up. And now, since they made something called an unordered list, you'd figure it only makes sense for them to make an ordered list. Well, if you thought that, then you're right. So an ordered list is keyword OL, and let me just go ahead and end this, OL, and you put items in here just the same as you would an unordered list. The only difference between an unordered list and an ordered list is whenever you make an ordered list, things are going to appear numbered. First item is going to be 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. You don't need to number them explicitly. Your browser is going to do that for you automatically. So let me go ahead and show you. Again, to add a list item in an order list is the exact same as an unordered list. Just go ahead and put LI and end it with end LI. Let's just go ahead and copy this and paste this baby right now. Paste, paste, paste. So the first thing in my order list, so first of all, let's back up. Why would you use an order list? Well, say you wanted to give someone directions or instructions how to do something. Step 1, step 2, step 3, and or maybe, the top 10 movies you want to see this summer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Anytime you want an order list, use the order list. Fair enough. So let's go ahead and make an order list and instructions on how to have a wonderful day. So number 1, go to YouTube. And notice I'm not typing number 1 anywhere because my browser is going to do that for me automatically. Step 2, type in the new Boston. Step 3, watch all the videos that pop up. And step 4, eat a hot pocket, because we got to throw a hot pocket in there sometime. So that is the instructions on how to have a wonderful day. So let's go ahead and save this and refresh it and see what we got. As you can see, it automatically numbered our list for us, so that saves us the trouble of having to do it ourselves. And it's also convenient when you have to go back and change something, it's going to reorder it for you automatically. So that is the basics of how to create an unordered list and an ordered list. You're going to be using them a lot more frequently than you think in web design, so get to know them. They're pretty easy to understand, so that's it. So if you have any questions, go ahead and ask me on my forum at thenewboston.com, and either I or someone else will answer them for you. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you guys later. Alright guys, welcome back to your 16th XHTML and CSS tutorial, and I know what you guys are thinking, so don't even say. All you guys are like, alright Bucky, we are on our 16th XHTML and CSS tutorial, and I don't even know what the heck CSS is yet. All you've been teaching me is XHTML, and that is about to change in this tutorial. Let me tell you that first of all. Second of all, let me explain to you guys the differences between XHTML and CSS. XHTML, as you can see already, is pretty much the basic building blocks for a website. How to add all the main elements to your website, like images, headings, paragraphs, text, links. It's all the core foundation stuff. Now what CSS does is it makes it pretty. It gives you a nice pretty layout, adds colors to your font, changes the font itself, spaces everything out nice and neat. So if XHTML is the core foundation you need, CSS is like the designer. It makes everything pretty, makes everything look real nice. So let's go ahead and let me show you guys how to use this special thing called CSS. I just better throw this in there because I'd feel empty if I didn't. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet. Why they named it that, I don't know. They could have named it something a little easier, but that's what it means. So now, how do you use this special magical thing called CSS? Well, you know how we've been working in the body? Let's go ahead and pop up into the head and add some special tags. We need to add 2 style tags. A style open. Did I accidentally type? Alright, STY. That's weird. That I accidentally typed a whole new word and it wasn't even on my mind. So, style and an ending style. So for your first style, you need one attribute, and that is called type. And you need to set this equal to text/CSS. So now whatever goes in between your opening and your closing style tags is going to be the CSS itself. So whenever you are making CSS, you need this every time, no exception, and it needs to be in the head. So let's go ahead and in between these style tags, how are we going to start making our website look pretty? Well, let's go ahead and make a basic website first, and we'll just write this is normal text, and let's go ahead and make a paragraph and write this is paragraph text, and make sure you spell everything wrong. So let's go ahead and refresh it and check it out. This is our normal text. This is paragraph text. Pretty dumb and boring. So let's use CSS to spice things up a bit. Say, you know what, we're just going to leave this normal, but for the paragraph, what we want to do to this is maybe we want to turn it blue and change the font, because this font is pretty dumb. What is it, like Times New Roman or something? Who uses that anymore? So let's go ahead and in order to change any element on your website, in between your style tags, the first thing you have to do is type the name of that element, the keyword. And whatever a paragraph is, or let me say this, the element name is whatever is in between the brackets. So a paragraph is P, so go ahead and type P. Now press space, and after that, you need to add these little swivelly curly brackets, whatever they're called. Now we already know we want to do something with P, so in between the curly brackets you type what you want to change. The first thing you need to do is type what property you want to change, and there's like 1,000 different properties on a paragraph, like any of the color, the text, and you don't have to memorize them all. Usually people just go to a website and there's a big reference table of all the things you can change about it, but for now I'll give you guys something simple. One of the properties that you can change with a paragraph is its color, the text color. So go ahead and type color and then put a colon. And now, after you have the property listed, you write the value, what you want to change it to. So I know I want to change the color, and I want to change it to blue. Now once you're done with everything, go ahead and put a semicolon and you're good to go. So here's how it goes. This is called your selector. What element do you want to change? This color is called the property. What do you want to change about it? And this last thing is called the value. What do you want to change it to? So I want to take all my paragraphs and change the text color to blue. Simple enough. So let's go ahead and save this and refresh it and check it out. Our paragraph text is now blue. So that is how you can use a really simple style sheet, this whole thing is called a style sheet, to change any element on your website. So we're saying, alright Bucky, that's cool, but what if I want to do a little bit more to the paragraph? What if not only do I want to make the text blue, but maybe I want to change the font as well? So in order to add more than one rule to your element, all you do is this. After your semicolon, you can go ahead and type another property and value. And I'm not expecting you guys to memorize all the properties. I don't even memorize all the properties. But in order to change the font, you need the property name font minus family, and go ahead and add your colon. And as the value, let's just go ahead and change this to something like AR Arial. And remember, once you're done with a rule, go ahead and add your semicolon, save it, and let's see what we got. Nice, very nice. So this is regular dumb old font, and this is nice blue looking Arial font. So anytime in our website where it comes across something in a paragraph, this is what it's going to do to it. And if you're saying, alright, this is pretty cool, but it would be a lot more easy if this was a little more readable. So what people usually do is they separate each rule on a line. So maybe the colors on the first line and the font family can be on the second line, and I usually just take this last bracket and put it right there because then I can see easier when it ends. But if you want to maybe line all your rules up, it really doesn't matter. CSS is white space insensitive, so it doesn't matter how much white space is in between. You can either add that much and it'll still work fine, but who the heck would want to do that? So whatever works for you, whatever makes it readable for you, use it. So anyways, what I want to stress is in order to use CSS, you first need style tags in your head. You need to make the type text/CSS. And for the style themselves, you need a selector, which is basically which XHTML element do you want to change. You need a property, what do you want to change about it, and a value, what do you want to change it to. So that's the basics of CSS and style sheets. In the next couple tutorials, we're going to be working more with style sheets, and if you don't quite grasp the concept yet, just watch my next tutorials and I promise I'll clear things up for you. Once you've seen this like 3 times, you'll be an expert at it. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and don't forget to check out my website. See you later. What's up guys? Welcome to your 17th XHTML and CSS tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be building a basic website and applying some sweet CSS properties to it. So let's go ahead and get started and build just a starter quick little website. Put a header at the top, H1, and make this website Bucky's Bacon Wagon. Just imagine a wagon with a bunch of bacon in it, and there you go. And now let's just go ahead and add a paragraph. Actually, tighten that up a bit. That's what she said. And we'll just add one paragraph. That's good enough for now. And we'll just put like best on this side of the best bacon on this side of the Mississippi, exclamation point and space. So let's go ahead and make a copy this, and we just need some text, so just fill that in like that so we have actually a paragraph that's more than one line. So we have a header, H1, and a paragraph. So if we save that and looked at it right now, here is what we have. But this website, although the idea is good, a bacon wagon sounds like a pretty good idea, the website needs some work. So let's go ahead and let's change the color of this and also make this a little more readable. So what I want to do first is we need to add that style sheet that we talked about last time. So style equals, or excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself, type equals text/CSS, and remember you also need the ending style tag. Now everything in between here is going to be one of the rules. So the first thing we want to work with is that header. I mean, this plain black header, I mean, we can do better than that. So let's go ahead and make a rule to change the color on that. So the element we're working with is H1, And in our curly braces, the property that we want to change is color. Now, before I told you guys that you can just make it something like red, and that's good. So let's go ahead and refresh this, and now it's red. But what if you're saying, well, everyone has red on their webpage. I want mine to be a little different. I want mine to be the color of bacon. So what you can use aside from just keywords like red, blue, green is you can actually use something called RGB value. Now, if you don't have Photoshop, because that's where I use mine, you can go to pretty much to any website or go to Google and type in RGB values and it'll give you a list of RGB values. But whenever I'm looking for a specific color on my website, here's what I do. I go in the Photoshop and I click this thing called a color picker, and I make sure that I'm working with only web colors, and I can scroll down to the color that I'm looking for and highlight over it, and then I just copy this, and this is the RBG value. That stands for red, blue, and green. So what I want to stress is not only do you have to use keywords, but you can also use RBG as well. And anytime you do that, you go ahead and put the pound sign and then paste that 6-digit color in there. So now if we go ahead and save this and refresh it, instead of red, we get this brown, dark brown, cooked burnt bacon looking color. So that's a little better. Again, if you're just building a basic website, then the keyword is fine. But anytime you want like a really specific color, then you need to use that RBG value. So I just want to tell you guys that you have more options than, just the colors in your head. So aside from this, I mean, our Bucky's Bacon Wagon is looking brown and it's looking pretty beautiful, but you may say, alright, this paragraph right here, this isn't really readable to the user. Maybe these lines are too close together, or maybe you just want to space them out so we can fill this website a little better. So anytime you want to space out the lines, you need to use a property called line height. So let's go ahead and first tell CSS that we're going to be working with our paragraph. We'll do that by typing P. And in our curly braces, go ahead and type line height as the property. And now we can set this equal to a percentage. By default, it's at 100% right now. So if you want to space them out a little bit, go ahead and type like 130%, like that. And now add your semicolon at the end. Let me save it, and let me refresh this in front of you. And you guys can see when I refresh what happens to the spacing. Let me refresh, and I didn't save it or something. Line height 130%. Looks good. And okay, I must have okay, let's try this one more time. There we go. So I changed it to 150%, and as you can see, the line height grew, or well, I mean, I can't even explain it as well. I can just show you. So let me change this to like 170. 170 is good enough, and I'll show you guys one more time what happens. Right like that. So what happens is you get more space in between your lines, aka line height. So I'm not going to explain to you guys what line height means because I just showed you. But anyways, I usually like somewhere around 125, 130%. So I mean, let me go ahead and refresh this, and it makes it more readable than it did by just having a default paragraph. So that is the basics of how to change color. Remember, take away from this tutorial, not only can you use just common colors like red, blue, green, you can also use RBG value, and last thing, you can use something called a hexadecimal value. I think that's how you say it, but don't ever use that because no one ever does that. And again, with line height, anytime you want to change the line height, this is the property, and change it to a percentage of different than what it is to make it more readable. So that is two basic property values I want to show you guys. And these might not be the most common properties that you want to change on your website, but I just wanted to illustrate the point, and I just wanted to go over CSS again. So hopefully the idea of what element you want to change and what you want to change to is sticking in your head now. So now that you understand this concept of basic style sheeting, we can move on to the next tutorial. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to watch the next tutorial, and I guess I'll see you then. What's up guys, welcome back to your, 18th XHTML tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to go over the correct way to bold and italicize text. So I remember like probably 10 tutorials ago I showed you guys how to bold and italicize text by surrounding them with special tags, and while this is indeed a valid way, you actually can do that and it'll work in most browsers, it's not the best way and it's not going to be the way that people do it in the future. So a better way to bold and italicize text is through CSS. Anytime you change any element or change any of the properties of XHTML, it's better to use CSS other than, surrounding text with bold tags or something like that. So here is a lot better and more modern way, I guess you could say, of how to make text bold and how to italicize text. So let's go ahead and before we can, start bolding and italicizing stuff, we actually need something to bold. So let's go ahead and make two lists. An unordered list, and let me just end this. And I guess we can just like put one element in there. We don't need a bunch of elements in there. So for the first and only element, I'll just put like unordered list, and make sure you spell it. Dang, did I spell that right? I better not have. And let's just go ahead and copy this, and we'll change this one to ordered list. And since they both have the li, we just need to change two letters. So we have one unordered list and one ordered list. So we just need, I mean, you can use paragraphs or headers or whatever you want. I just needed something to throw in there. So anyways, in order to make the style, what you need to do is first write what element you want to change, unordered list, and then you write what property do you want to change, the font weight, and that is the technical term for how thick the font is. You can use values. I think 500 is the default value, so you can use something like 900, 800 to make it, if you say you want it bold, like varying degrees of boldness, I can say, but I don't think too many people care that specific how bold they want it. I mean, did you ever hear a guy says, "Yeah, that's bold, but I want it bolder." No one says that. So, anyways, you can just throw in bold as your value, and you'll be happy most of the time. So let's go ahead and that is the proper way, I want to say, in order to bold font. So in order to italicize font, go ahead and we'll italicize the order list we just made, and go ahead, and the property is font style, and as the style, just go ahead and write italic, and this is going to italic or italicize any of your ordered list. So let's go ahead and save this and refresh it and see what we get. We got one unordered list that is bolded and one ordered list that is italicized. So again, like I said, while you can technically surround it in those B bold tags or EM emphasis tags, this is a lot easier way, and it's the pretty much the correct way to do stuff. That old stuff was kind of old school, and this is the new school. So get used to this, and you'll thank me later on. So anyways, that's all I have for you guys for this tutorial. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Alright guys, your 19th XHTML and CSS tutorial, and this is going to be a sweet one. So what I want to teach you guys first is how to properly align text like center justified, and you can also make it left justified, which it is by default, or make it right justified. So the first thing that we need is something that we can center on our page. So just go ahead and make something like a header 3. Header 1 is just too big. I don't like them. So make a website. Let's see what I would have like if I made a blog. So Bucky's blog. And that looks pretty good. So that's what we want the title to be. But if we go ahead and save it right now, look at this. It's on the left hand side of our website, and that just looks dumb. Title should never be on the left hand side. What is this, like I don't know, I can't think of a I can't think of a good example, but I want this title in the middle is what I'm trying to say. So in order to do that, go ahead and write header 3, of course, and inside your curly brackets, the property that we need to change is called text minus or dash. I wonder what the correct term for that minus sign is. If you know, leave me a comment so I won't mess up in the future tutorials. Anyways, text minus a line, and you can either have there's one of four things you can do. Left, which is by default, which you just saw. Center, which we're going to make this. Right, and I think there's one called justified. Now, justified, and I never use this one, people usually don't, but I think it's like what newspapers use, where it's left and right justified. So anyways, play around with that if you want, but I want my text centered. So let's go ahead and save this and see what we get. Refresh and check it out. Our title is now centered perfectly on our webpage. Pretty sweet, huh? So now that we have a blog, let's go ahead and blog about something. So I'm going to go ahead and make a paragraph. And I'm just going to write, this is the best day ever. And let's just go ahead and paste this a bunch because I really want to stress, get my point across that this is indeed the best day ever. So I'm going to write it like 8,000 times. So let's go ahead and save this and refresh. And it says, all right, this is looking pretty good, but we can't really, this first line doesn't really stand out. It would be sweet if we could just indent this right here. So you get this brilliant idea to go in here and write space, 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 about 15 spaces. That looks pretty good. So let's go ahead and save this, refresh. And what the heck? What's going on? It's not working. Did we break it? No. Remember that XHTML is white space insensitive. So it takes that white space and pretty much is like, yeah, I'm just going to ignore that. So anytime we want to add an indent on our paragraph, which you want to do a lot of the time actually, you need to add a special property called text indent. Now, text minus or dash, who knows, indent is spelled like that. And you can either do this as a percentage, I believe, or what everyone just normally does is they use a certain number of pixels. How many pixels do you want to indent it? In order to do that, just write the number of pixels and write px after it. So now once we go ahead and save it, it's going to go ahead and indent that 25 pixels. Or again, you don't have to indent it 25. You can indent whatever number you like. But that is how you indent text in a paragraph. So anyways, if you're trying to indent it like this before and it wasn't working, that's why. Because XHTML is just going to ignore your white space and do what it wants. So that's how you make paragraphs indented. So now that we have time, let's go over something cool that you guys are probably wondering what to do. And I probably should have covered this in like one of the first CSS tutorials, but hey, we'll cover it now. In order to change the overall font, or excuse me, the overall color of the text, as well as the background of the entire web page, you need to edit the body element right here. So let's go ahead and type body right there because we're pretty much, this means affect the whole website. So what do we want to do to affect the whole website? Well, the first thing that we want to do is let's go ahead and change the background color. And you know what the property for this is? Well, if you guess background minus color, you are correct. So let me make sure I spelled that right. Background color, yep. And let's go ahead and change it to something like blue. That should look pretty good. And after this, so now check it out. Our website is going to appear blue with black text. But I mean, that's not the easiest stuff to read. So if we have a dark blue background, it would be a lot easier to read if all this text was white, kind of just like that. So let's go ahead and do that. And in order to make our text white, we can do this in one of two different ways. We can go ahead and make our headers white and make our paragraphs white and make everything else white. Or what we can do is we can just go ahead and add a color white property like this, color white property to the body, and since everything else is in the body, it's going to get affected as well. So it's a lot easier than going through each one of your elements and changing it to white. Just change your overall body to white, and that's going to affect anything that's in it. So let's go ahead and save that and see what we get. Nice, that is a lot easier to read, and this website is looking pretty good, mostly because it says Bucky on there, and I'm just an awesome guy. So anyways, that is how you affect the body, background color, and the text color, and also center align headers, or pretty much center align anything, and also indent paragraphs. So I hope you guys enjoyed. I'm guessing you did. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys next video. Alright guys, now that we know how to change the background color, let's spice things up even more. Let's learn how to add images as the background. So the first thing that we need to do is make sure that we have our body tags in here because that's what we're going to be editing, that background of the body. So go ahead and as your element, go ahead and type body and give you some space to work with. And the first thing I want to teach you guys is how to add an image as the background. So again, make sure that whatever directory you're working in, let me minimize this a little bit. Make sure whatever directory you're working in that you have, see, I'm working at this file right here, the index. Make sure you have an image file, either a GIF or a JPEG or a PNG, in the same folder as the file you're working on. And I have a little, you can see my face right here, a little picture file called myface.png. So remember that because that's going to come in handy in about 5 seconds. So in order to add an image for our background, you need the property background minus image, and for the value you need to set it to this URL, and then go ahead and put parentheses. Now inside the parentheses, go ahead and type the name of the file, myface.png. Now go ahead and add your semicolon, and this is how you change the background image. So a lot of you guys might think that just put background image and then the file name. No, that's not it. Make sure you have that URL or it's not going to work. So let's go ahead and save this and see what we get. Pretty sweet looking website. This is actually one of the prettiest websites I think I've ever created in my life. Pretty sweet. Just a bunch of Buckies. It kind of looks like kind of reminds me of that Brady Bunch intro where there's like 9 people. There's a story of some dudes named Bucky. You know, okay, I'm just gonna, I better stop singing. So anyways, you're saying, alright, Bucky, your face is beautiful, but we don't need 80 of them right there. Well, if you just have an image and you just want one image and you don't want it to repeat, then you can change that as well. I mean, by default, as you saw, the image is just going to repeat both left and right and up and down. It's going to tile itself. So you don't always want this effect. So in order to make it not repeat, go ahead and type background minus repeats, and as the property you can either have it, I think it's like repeat on by default or something. Anyways, default is what you saw. If you don't want it to repeat, then type no repeat and check it out. If we save this and refresh, we see we only have one image that doesn't repeat. So if you made this big cool background that some images are made for repeating, some aren't. So anyways, no need to explain. So that is how you get an image not to repeat. And I just shook that, and since I have Windows 7, it closed everything. So let me open everything back up, and yeah, make sure we got that. So anyways, that is how you make it not repeat. But if you're saying, alright, but what if a special case scenario comes along that I only want to repeat it left and right, or dang it, now my Camtasia shut, there we go. My screen recorder shut down. I didn't know how long I had on my video, but I gotta remember not to shake any windows again, I guess. But anyways, sometimes you're gonna come across a situation where you have this image, but you only want to tile either left or right or up and down. So you can do that using the same background repeat property, but instead of no repeat, go ahead and change to repeat minus X, and this is going to tile it, let me show you, left and right in the x-axis. The x-axis is left and right, y is up and down, and z is forward and backward. But since we're working with a computer screen, we don't have z. So, just a little tidbit of information. So that tiles it left and right. Y, if you repeat it, tiles up and down. This kind of reminds me of, when you go to the mall and you put like $1 in those photo booths. That's what it reminds me of. Kind of freaky seeing me staring at myself. But anyways, that is how you tile it up and down. And the last thing I want to mention is let's go ahead and put no repeat so I can demonstrate the last point I have. Whenever you have a background image, I mean, you might be saying this, alright, I want one image, I don't want it to repeat, but the only thing is I don't want it stuck in the top left corner. I want it either, maybe centered on your website, or maybe you want it 10 pixels over and 50 pixels down, or you want it in a specific location. You don't always want it jammed up in the top left. So in order to do that, you need a property called background minus position, and this lets you alter the position of your background image. Now this takes two parameters. The first parameter, or the first piece of information it needs, is how far from the left hand side do you want to move it. So go ahead and put 10 pixels. Now your image is going to be shifted 10 pixels to the right. And the next piece of information you need to give is how far from the top do you want to move it. So let's say you want to move it 60 pixels down. So go ahead and write 60 pixels, and that's it. Just save it and see what we got. So now that we changed that background position 10 pixels, 50 pixels, it took this image, which was jammed up in the top left, moved it 10 pixels to the right and 60 pixels down, or 50, I forgot what I put. 60, there we go. But we're saying, alright, that's pretty cool, Bucky, but I don't, let's say I want something like, I want this picture centered on my web page, but I don't know how big their browser window is going to be. So how am I supposed to guess how many pixels? Well, lucky for you, not only can you do this with pixels, but you can also do it as percentages. So if you want it 60 pixels down, but you want it centered, then just go ahead and say, alright, move it 50% from the left. And this is going to center it left and right, or horizontal, whatever. So let's go ahead and save this and see what we got. Since it's 50% to the left, that means there's 50% to the right. That means your background image is perfectly centered in the middle of your website. So this is perfectly centered left and right, and it's also down 60 pixels. So that is pretty much all you need to know with working with background images. Again, there's probably some more, but this is pretty much the core foundation of working with background images. So if you understand this, then you should be good to go from now on. So anyways, that's all I have for you guys for this tutorial. I know I threw a lot at you, but you can always watch it again if you didn't catch anything. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and don't forget to check out my website. Welcome back, guys. It's Bucky, and welcome to your 21st XHTML and CSS tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to introduce a concept with CSS that tends to give people a lot of trouble. And the reason for this is that people tend to explain this in, it's not the most easiest concept to grasp, but it is critical whenever you're creating a website and you need to position elements exactly how you want them. So anyone I ever heard that tried to explain this to me did a pretty terrible job. So I'm going to try and clear everything up for you. So whenever you have an element on your screen like a header, let's go ahead and put a header to, and let's write I love Bucky. That's good enough. I love Bucky. And let's go ahead and check this out right now. Whenever we have any element basically on the screen, we look at this element and say, oh, this is nice. Text on the screen. That's all I see. But check it out, and here's where I'm going to throw you for a loop. This one element actually consists of 4 different parts. Now, we already know that the text, and that is called the content. But what you don't see is the 3 other parts, and that's because they're all white right now, so they're kind of hard to see. But there's actually the content, which I just showed you was a text, the padding, which we're going to be going over this tutorial. And the padding is basically this. See this blue that I just highlighted and everything turned blue? Well, if you could go ahead and draw a box around here and make a border, the padding would be the space between the text and the border. And that brings me to the third part, which is actually the border. And the margin is a space outside the border. So anyways, the space between the text itself and this little line, the border, that is called the padding, and that is what I'm going to show you guys in this tutorial. So let's go ahead, and the first thing that we need to do is change this from a white padding to a white background, because how the heck are we going to be able to tell what's going on there? So the first thing that we need to do is change the background color. So in order to do that, go ahead and type the element you want to work with, H2, and let's just go ahead and put background color, and don't put something too dark, because a black on something dark is just gonna look bad. So put like something like yellow or pink or orange maybe. So I'm going to go ahead and put yellow, and let's save this and see what we got. So now that might be a little easier to see the, some background other than white. So now we can see that we have our content and we don't have a whole lot of space between the edge of this yellow and the text. It's pretty much butted up right up against the edge. So if you're saying, alright, I have this background, but I basically want to add some padding between the text and the background. So in order to do that, I mean, you guys can probably figure out what's going to happen right now. But you can either do this in one of two ways. You can either change the overall padding by typing the keyword padding and setting it equal to a value like 20 pixels. So let's go ahead and save this and see what happens. Whenever we refresh this, you see that we get a nice little pad between our text and the edge of our border, and that is actually 20 pixels on either side. 20 pixels on bottom, 20 pixels on top, 20 pixels on left, and 20 pixels on right, even though there's like 100 pixels because it's the width of the screen. But anyways, 20 pixels of padding all the way around. But now you're saying, alright, I mean, so right now you can basically understand what padding is. It's the space between the text and the border of whatever you're working with. But you're saying, alright, I understand padding, simple enough. But now, what I want to do is I want padding, but I don't want it all the way around. Maybe you only want padding on the top and bottom. Well, in order to do that, this isn't going to work anymore because this gives you padding all the way around. In order to change the padding in any one direction, they give you 4 keywords that you can use. Padding top, padding bottom, padding left, and padding right. So let's go ahead and change it on top and bottom. Padding minus top. Definitely spelled that wrong. Padding top, let's go ahead and add like 30 pixels. And for the padding bottom, let's go ahead and add like, I don't know, 20. Pick anything you want. Who the heck cares? And let's go ahead and make sure you put pixels. And save this and see what happens. So now when we refresh this, we see, I forgot my values already, 30 and 20. We got 30 pixels of padding on top and 20 pixels of padding on bottom and no padding to the left. So maybe when I do this, you can see more clear what is padding and why it is helpful. So anyways, whenever you want to, how should I say this? Place items on your website very specifically, padding comes into play a lot. So whenever you just want that header but just a couple pixels to the right, that is when you can use padding. So anyways, the next thing I'm going to talk to you guys about is borders and margins, and they're a lot different than padding, although a lot of people get them confused. So don't forget to watch my next couple tutorials, and that's it. I'll see you guys later. Alright guys, welcome back to your 20-second XHTML and CSS tutorial, and as promised, I'm going to be talking to you guys about borders. And I'm not talking about like the Mexican US border, I'm talking about borders in CSS. Now, as I mentioned before, or at least I think I mentioned this before, the border is the area that surrounds or basically it outlines the padding. So what I did before this tutorial is I just set the overall padding to 15 pixels, so we have the content and we have 15 pixels of padding around it. So now what I need to do is show you guys what a border is. So let me make one of the ugliest borders ever. I'm just going to make it stand out, and I'm going to make like a red border or something. So the border, you think you might just be able to type border and type a red, but you can't just do that. Border actually has 3 properties that you need to set in order to make a border. The first one is border color, and let's just go ahead and set this equal to red. That should look pretty good. And the second one is width. How wide or thick do you want your border? And that's border width, and I'm just going to make mine like 3 pixels or something. That'll be good enough. And the last the last element you need to set when working with the border is border style. Now I think by default it might be solid, but let's see if I can remember. There's dotted, dashed, I think there's one called double, groove, inset, outset, solid. Anyways, you can look them up online if you forget them, but let's go ahead and I'll add a simple one. Border minus style dash, and this gives you like dotted lines basically. So now let's go ahead and save this and see what we get. When we refresh this, we get a red 3 pixels wide dashed border. Pretty cool, huh? So this kind of actually reminds me of a coupon that you would cut out. So if you're making a website with coupons to love Bucky, then there you go. I just basically made it for you. So that is basically how you do that. And another cool thing I want to mention before I let you guys go is each side can have its own border. So whenever you think of something with a border, you typically think the border is consistent all the way around. But sometimes when you're creating a website, you want the top to be one thing, or maybe you only want a border on the bottom like it's underlined in a cool type of way. So you can do that using some special border properties, and that's this. Say you want to change like the top or something. You can use border minus top minus color and set this equal to like green. That looks good. And now what you can do is like put border minus top minus style, and let's make this one dotted. And now let's go ahead and oh yeah, the width. Border minus top minus width, and set this equal to like 4 pixels. Bump it up a little bit. And if I didn't mess up anything, I should get a nice dotted green 4 pixel border across the top. So this looks pretty ugly right now, but trust me, if you work with it, I mean, most people you just use this when they want to underline something, like if it's like the title of a paragraph or title of an article or something. But I just want to show you guys a quick example, so I made the ugliest website I could possibly make. But anyways, I showed you guys how to do that on the top, but if you just replace this word top with bottom, left, or right, then you guys can see the other effects that it can have. I'm not going to go through bottom, left, and right because it's obvious what it would do. So anyways, that is how you make a border. Whether you want it consistent, you just write border minus the property, or if you want it on one side, you write border minus what side you want minus the property, and then write the value. So anyways, that's basically all there is to borders. Nothing else I can think of. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next tutorial where we're probably going to be covering margin. So I'll see you then. Alright guys, welcome to your last tutorial on the CSS box model, and the last element that we have to cover is the margin. Now the margin is the area outside the border and outside the padding. It's the area basically that surrounds the entire element. So let's go ahead and actually make some paragraphs. That'll probably be the easiest to see. So paragraphs actually have margin by default, one of the few elements. So this is a paragraph. Make sure you spell that. Wow, I was pretty close actually. So anyways, let's go ahead and paste that, and actually we probably should add a background color. So P background color, and just make it orange or something. Nothing too light, nothing too dark, just right. And I'm talking about orange, yeah. And check it out. This is Abragafta, and this is Abragafta. So as you can see, by default, it has probably, I don't know, how tall is my mouse cursor? Probably like 10 or 15 pixels or something. So by default, paragraphs have a margin between them. But what are we saying? Alright, I wrote this sweet article, and I made it into a couple paragraphs, but I either think it's too much or I want to tighten the paragraphs up so they're closer together. Well, in order to do this, you need to play with the property called margin. Now, the margin, like I said, is a space around each of these paragraphs. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Just like the padding, that's what I was trying to think of. You can either play with margin in one of two ways. You can either change it overall or you can change it individually. So let's go ahead, and the first thing I want to do is show you guys how to tighten up your paragraph. So if you want to tighten it up to like 1 pixel, just like that. If you set margin to 1 pixel on your paragraphs, it goes from the default, which is, I'm going to say it's like 10 pixels by default, and it refreshes it. You now have a 1 pixel of space in between your paragraphs. So that is a way to tighten up. You can even set it to 0 if you want, but then it wouldn't even be a paragraph at all. It would just be like a line break. So anyways, that is how you would do that. Now if you want to space it out even more, I think it's like 10 or 15 by default, so let's really stretch it out to like 40 pixels. And you can either do that, and now when you press refresh, each of your paragraphs has 40 pixels surrounding it. So, I mean, if you're going for that effect, then that is what you do. And what I want you to take notice of is that the padding does not change. The padding and the border are staying the same. It's the margin around it that is changing. So that's the difference between the padding and the margin. A lot of people get this confused. Just remember, padding is inside the border, margin is outside the border, and you'll be fine. You'll be way ahead of everyone else. They'll be lost in the dark because they read books instead of watching my tutorials. Those idiots. So like I said way before, you can change margin in one of two ways. You can either change it overall, or I'm not even going to go through this. You can change it one side at a time, like margin top, spell that wrong, top, margin bottom, margin right, and margin left. So I don't want to go through each one and show you because it's obvious, just like padding, what it does. But anyways, that is the difference between margins and padding and borders. And overall, that's called the CSS box model. How you can play with different areas of an element, basically. So anyways, now you understand the CSS box model. We're ready to move on to another topic. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. If you have any questions, just ask me on my forum, and if I see it, I'll answer. If not, trust me, there's like 8,000 people willing to answer your questions for you. So anyways, one last time, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 24th CSS tutorial, and this tutorial is probably going to be a pretty quick one because I want to go over two quick properties of CSS, and that's the width and the height. And actually, I want to talk to you guys about a couple more things I just remembered. So let's go ahead and get started. The first thing we need is, of course, something on our website. So let's go ahead and let's add a heading 4. We never work with heading 4s, and it's a good heading, you know, it's a fourth one. Deserves some respect. So what's popping into my head? What am I going to type? My name's Forrest Gump. Close enough. You know, a couple typos, but hey, who's counting? So let's go ahead and, actually, I want to give this a pretty cool color scheme. So let's go ahead and make the background red and the text white. I always like that color scheme. So background color red, and the color of the text, which is color white. So let's go ahead and save this and see what we got. My name's Forrest Gump. Now we can see a couple things are happening automatically right now. By default, our browser sets the height of the element equal to the height of the text, which you know it should, but it also sets the width of the element equal to the width of the website. So check this out. Whenever we resize our website, our element size changes. So I mean, maybe this is what you're going for, but maybe it's not. So depending on the size of the website, we really don't know how big that element's going to be. And whenever I create websites, I usually want to specify the width of things. So in order to change that up, or you know, maybe you like it like this, okay, then leave it. But if you don't, and they're going to come across a lot of times where you don't, you're going to want to set the width and the height explicitly. So first of all, let's go ahead and change the width of that so it's not just default the entire length of the website, because when you're making a background for a header or something like that, it looks kind of weird to have all that extra space. So in order to do that, you need to type in the property width, and go ahead and set this something like, oh, let me see, let me go 350 will probably fit nicely, 350 pixels. So now you can see whenever we save this, instead of having the header background automatically span across the entire website, no matter when we resize our website, the header stays 350 pixels constantly. So it's like easier to manage, and it's easier when you're designing a website when you know what's going to happen rather than just letting your browser take care of it. So anyways, people adjust the width a lot more than they adjust the height, but there may come across a time, or you may come across a time where you want to adjust the height to like 100 pixels or something. I typically don't mess with the height whenever I'm working with elements, but some people do. So anyways, here's a quick example of you adjusting the height. It looks pretty dumb right now, and in general, you don't want to mess with it, but now you guys know what the height does. So that is what I want to talk to you guys in this tutorial, width and height. And now that I have some extra time, I guess I might as well show you guys this. A couple tutorials ago where I talked to you guys about border, and it was like border width and border style and border color, and it was 3 lines all for the border, and it kind of, that's way too many lines just for one property. So if you want a consistent border across the entire thing, here's a nice little shorthand that you can do. If you just go ahead and type border and not width or not style or not color or anything like that, just border, you can go ahead and type all the values on one line, and CSS in your browser are smart enough to recognize this. So border, let's go ahead and set the 3 pixels, solid for the style, and black. So this will save you a little extra time when coding. You don't have to span this across 3 lines. If you just go ahead and save this and refresh, your border is going to know, or excuse me, your browser is going to know that that is what you want for a border. And actually, this is whenever you have something like top, left, right, and bottom, there is probably a shorthand technique that you can use for that. Or when you have like border style, border color, or different properties for the same element, there's usually a shorthand where you can skip a step or a shortcut with that as well. So even though I'm not going to teach you all the little shortcuts, whenever you think, there's probably a shortcut for this, well, there probably is. So if you want to look them up, it might save you some time. But anyways, I just want to throw that out there, let you guys know that there are shortcuts out there for doing things. I just don't have time in my tutorials to walk you through every one, or I'll be here for like the next 80 years teaching you guys all the little shortcuts. So anyways, thank you guys for watching this tutorial. I don't even know what I'm going to be talking about in the next tutorial, but I guarantee it'll be amazing. So how can you not watch the next video with that guarantee? So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll smell you guys later. What is going on, guys? It is Bucky, and welcome to your 25th XHTML and CSS tutorial. And in this tutorial, we're going to be going over how to style links. And if you guys are like, alright, I know that a link is A, so if I just go ahead and type A and write how I want the link to appear, it's good. No need to watch this tutorial. Well, not so fast, because a link is actually a lot more complicated than you might think. A link is actually composed of something called states, and a state is basically when and how you press the link. So I'm just going to go through the different states, and then you guys are going to understand what I'm talking about. There's one link for when the page is first visited. There's another state for when the link has been clicked. There's another state for as you're mousing over the link. And there's the last state is as your mouse button is down and as you are clicking the link. So one link can have 4 different styles, and they typically do have 4 different styles, believe it or not. So let's go ahead and let me show you how to not only change the styling on a link, but change the styling on each different state. So let's go ahead and just add well, first of all, we know that the element for link is A, so let's go ahead and add a link on our screen. So a href, whoa, hello, a href equals, of course, is going to go to the new boston.com, and just type the new Boston and check it out. And we'll just actually add some. This is just normal text. So now we have a link, and when we refresh it, we have a link and some normal text. But as you can see, whenever we are hovering over it, or whenever we are clicking it, it changes to red. So we can begin to see the different kind of states right now, but maybe we don't want it to be, purple by default, or when we click it to turn red. Those are the things where you're going to adjust. So by default, before you even click a link, it's going to be at its default state, and that is a semicolon link. The A stands for the anchor, of course, which is the element, and the semicolon and the name after it, this is the state. So now this is basically the default link. Now we can style it what it is by default. And let's just go ahead and add color red, and text decoration, we'll just set this to none. Now the text decoration, you can either have this like underline, or I think there's something called like strike through or line through or something. No one ever uses it. It's basically underline or none. So first, let me point this out before I confuse you guys. When I refresh this, you says by default it doesn't turn red. That's because I already went to this site before plenty of times, thenewboston.com. So actually, what state we're looking at right now is visited. So let's go ahead and edit that right now. A visited is when you already clicked a link, and it's like links visited. You know what it means. Why am I even explaining this to you? So we want the links that we already visited. Let's go ahead and just turn them green. Something real simple. So now when we go ahead and save and refresh this, since this link has already been visited, that's why it's going to appear green, just like that. So now we know how to adjust the style for default links that we haven't been to and links that we have been to. Now I told you guys that there are other states other than this, and that is one, their state is when you are hovering over the link. Now this doesn't matter if you already been to it or you have not been to it. When you're hovering over it, you're hovering over it. So let's go ahead and make this one a lot different. So background color, let's just change this to blue. Change the background to blue. And what else can we do? Change the color of the text to white. That might make it a little easier to read. Put text decoration underline. I always like hovering over to be underlined, so in order to do that you need to change a property called text decoration. And let's just go ahead, font weight bold. Make sure I spelled that right. Good enough. So now whenever you hover over it, let me just go ahead and do this. Whenever you hover over it, you get a blue background. You can see the text changes from green to white. You get an underline, and your font turns from regular to bold. Pretty cool, huh? So that is like how to make your website kind of dynamic and changing using just basic CSS. So, just thought I'd throw that out there. So now the one last state I want to cover is called the active state. Now the active state is as you are pressing down and your finger is holding down that button, this is the active state. So active, what do we want to do when our mouse button is active? Let's just go ahead and do something simple. Change the background color to orange. Simple enough. So let's go ahead and save this, and let me explain to you guys what my finger is doing. Alright, right now I'm just moving my mouse. Now I'm hovering over it, so that's where the A hover comes into play, and now I'm clicking down. Maybe you can hear me. Here, maybe you can hear my mouse. See, now I'm holding it down. Now it's active. And of course, if I let go, it's going to go ahead and take me to the greatest website ever, thenewboston.com. There we go. Welcome to the New Boston. Have to check this out later. But anyways, that is the basics of the different states. I mean, before you might be thinking, alright, a link's a link, a link, a link. But no, it's actually composed of 4 different states, and that's what get a lot of people hung up and confused. But now you guys have the edge on them because you understand those different states and how you can alter them. So that's all I got for you guys for this tutorial. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. Alright guys, welcome back to your 26th CSS and XHTML tutorial, and in this tutorial we're going to be styling some tables. It's going to be nice, so let's go ahead and jump right into it. So let's go ahead and make a table. Let's go ahead and make like 2 rows and 3 columns. Nice and simple. So table, and of course you need one of those, so ending table. And let's just go ahead and make our rows first. Table row, tur, and a nice little tur right there. And let's just go ahead and add our cells. Table data, ending table data, and what are we going to put in here? I love Bucky. And just go ahead and copy this so it gives us 3 columns. So now we have a table with 1 row and 3 columns in it. So if we want another row, to be lazy, just go ahead and copy this and paste it right underneath there. So now if we save this and take a look at it, here is our table right there. If you highlight it, you can kind of see the rows and columns easier. So we have 2 columns, excuse me, 2 rows, 3 columns, looking pretty good. So now we're looking at this table and we already know how to add a border, but border, come on, we can do a little bit better than that. So let's go ahead and style this up and, make it nice and fancy. So let's go ahead up in here, up in here, up in here. Y'all gonna make me. Alright, anyways, enough of me singing. Let's go ahead and, first of all, we wanna style the overall table. And whenever we do this, the entire table is going to be affected. So later on, well, you'll see what happens later on. So let's go ahead and just give this overall border. We'll use that shortcut so we don't have to define each one individually. Just make it like 3 pixels, solid blue. So let's go ahead and save this, refresh, and see what we got. So now around the entire table, we have a border that's 3 pixels, it's solid, and it's blue. Exactly what we expected. But now, what if we want to do something a little bit fancier? What if we want to say, alright, I want to change these rows individually to, I don't know, with a background of yellow or something. And then, even furthermore, I want to take each individual cell and around each individual cell, I want to add a border so we have 6 individual box looking things. Well, actually, it is possible to do that in CSS. So let me go ahead and show you guys. Let me go through and do that for you guys, and then I want to go over a few things. So let's go and for our table row, what I say, background color yellow, not yellow, yellow. That's a little better. Yellow, you there? Get it? Answering the phone. Yeah, it's a pretty corny joke. Anyways, so now if we go ahead and save that, check it out. Refresh, and now the entire row is yellow, and this row is yellow too. I mean, why wouldn't it be? So let's go ahead and take that table data, which is of course the individual cells, and what did I say, like add a border. So border equals 2 pix, not solid, we already used solid, dashed red. So let's go ahead and save this and refresh it and see what we get. We get a nice 2 pixel dashed red border across each one of these cells. And the thing I wanted to mention is this: even though we have a style applied to each individual piece of data and also a style applied to each row, whenever you apply a style to the individual pieces of data, it doesn't override the table row. The table row stays and the table data gets inherited. So by that I mean, here's what I'm trying to say. Whenever you make your table row yellow and then you make your table data whatever you want, it doesn't replace the table row since you did this. Everything gets inherited down, so whatever you did to the table gets affected on the whole table. Whatever you did to the table row gets affected in the table row and the table data. And whatever you do to the table data affects only that table data. I mean, I probably just confused you guys even more by saying all that, but I mean, if you just look at what's going on, you can understand how it works, and that it's not really overwriting anything. It's just adding to it. That's, I guess, a more simple explanation. So anyways, that is the basics of how you style a table, and check it out. This is a lot better than, just adding a border to the table. Now you can do stuff like this and make your table a lot more easier to read, and just give you the idea that you can, in fact, style tables just like any other XHTML element. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Go have fun styling your tables, and when you're ready, I'll see you in the next tutorial. Why, hello there, bloody good day, and in this tutorial we're going to be talking about unordered lists. So our 27th tutorial, and yeah, it's definitely time to learn how to style unordered lists. So before we can style an unordered list, we probably would need one, eh? So let's go ahead and make an unordered list, end it right there, and add some list items in here. And yep, definitely messed that up, so just undo that. Wow, I'm messing like this whole thing up. There we go, Bucky. You get it. And okay, let's concentrate here. Enough lollygagging around. Li, li. Time to add some list items. So the first item would be like apple. Let's just go ahead and copy this. Way too lazy to type this again. So, okay, what's on my mind? Apple. I guess we can make this a list of food that I like. Apple pie and dumplings because they sound funny and they taste good. Not a bad combination. So now that we have an unordered list, let's go ahead and check it out. A regular dumb old list with these dumb old bullet points. I mean, this is a nice list of food, but I want to spice things up a bit. I want to make this look nice and pretty. So the first thing that you might be thinking is, all right, Bucky, the first thing that we need to do is either change these little bullets or get rid of them altogether because, I mean, this is old school. Just regular bullet holes? I don't think so. So let's go ahead and learn how to change our bullet points. And in order to do that, go ahead and write your UL is the element. And the property in order to change this is called list minus style minus type. Now this has a bunch of default, excuse me, not default, but it has a bunch of built-in things. I can only remember like 3 off the top of my head. Let's see if I can remember one. Square is one. Now if we go ahead and refresh this, check it out. Our bullet holes turn to squares. That's that's probably really hard to see on YouTube, but I assure you they are squares. Let's go ahead and make something that's a little easier. Circle, I know is one. That might be a little easier to see. Circle. See, now you can see that instead of those filled in bullet holes, they're now nice, elegant looking empty circles. So that's pretty cool. And actually, I just thought of another one. I don't know why I thought of this, but it's called katakana. And you gotta say it like that. You just have to. I didn't make the rules. And if you refresh this, you can see these, I don't know, I guess they're like Chinese or Japanese symbols. If anyone knows what those symbols mean, then leave me a comment below because well, obviously because I don't know what they mean and I want to know. So anyways, that is the basics of how you change your unordered list from regular dumb old bullet points to something else. So another thing that I want to mention is if you go through and you see, you look on the website and you go through looking at all the bullet points that you can use and none of them really, I don't know, tickle your feathers, I guess. None of them really make you happy. You can go ahead and download an image or make an image and use them as your own custom bullet points. So I went ahead and I already downloaded an image off the internet and it's just cool little check mark, and if I wanted to use that instead of my bullet points, here's what I would need to do. First of all, you don't use list style type anymore, so go ahead and delete all that. What you use is a property called list style image. And of course, anytime we want to use the image in CSS, we use the keyword URL with those parentheses. And inside our parentheses, I have a file that I already downloaded. So if you do this, it's not going to work because this file isn't on your computer. But anyways, I already have this in my folder. It's called check.ping. So when I go ahead and save this and refresh, it's going to go from katakana to those cool little check marks. So now you can see instead of those bullet points, it has like my own custom whatever I want. So I just want to show you guys that there is a way to if you're not happy with anything they give you by default, then you can make your own. So another thing that I wanted to cover in this tutorial, maybe I'll save this for next tutorial. Now we have got time to do it now. Let's go ahead and delete all of this and add a property like border 1 pix solid red. This is a problem that I had a long time ago, and I remember that every time I made a website it would annoy me. So I always use unordered lists when I have like a navigation bar on the side, and the first thing I want to do is this. First of all, on my navigation bar I don't want these little bullet points, so in order to remove those I go ahead and in my CSS I go list style type and I set this to none, and I'm thinking, alright, whenever I do this the bullet points are going to disappear and all of these, which would be links, are going to be pushed nice and neatly to the left. But I refresh And I get this problem. I have this huge space to my left. Even though there are no bullet points, I just want to like shake my computer and I'm like, dude, you don't have any bullet points, so you don't have to move over. So can you just hop over there where you should be? Go ahead, just hop on over. But it doesn't do that. In order to get those to the left, let me explain this first of all. By default, your browser gives padding, at least left padding, to unordered list. It also gives a margin, I believe, by default. So in order to fix the padding, I mean, you would think that it would be 0 by default because it just makes sense, but it isn't. In order to fix the padding, you need to explicitly set this to 0. So go ahead and type padding in there and go ahead and type 0. And now once we go ahead and save this and refresh it, check it out. Everything is pushed nice and neatly to the left. And of course, if this is too much for you, you can alter the padding accordingly. But I just wanted to show you guys, whenever you guys are, making a website and you're like, making an unordered list as a navigation column seems like a good idea, and you have this problem, well, now you won't have it anymore like I had. So I shot myself in the foot so you guys wouldn't have to. So anyways, that's all I wanted to show you guys. Trying to save you a little headache at least. So there you have it. So thank you guys for watching this tutorial. I don't know what I'm covering in the next tutorial, but like always, it's going to be amazing. So anyways, thank you guys. Don't forget to check out my website, and I'll see you guys later. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to your 28th CSS tutorial, and this is going to be an amazing tutorial because in this lesson I'm going to be teaching you guys how to apply styles to more than one element at a time. Because before we had to take each element and apply one style at a time, and it took a lot of time, and I'm just way too lazy for that. So I'm going to teach you guys how to save some time, and also we're going to be learning something else if I don't run out of time in this video. So the first thing we need is just go ahead and add some normal text on your web page, not up there, down here in your body. This is normal text, and under this just go ahead and make a header 1. You can actually make whatever header you want, but I chose header 1. Why not? And go ahead and write like this is header 1 in it. And under your header, go ahead and make a paragraph. There's my opening P. And in your paragraph text, just write this is a paragraph or anything you want. So anyways, like I said, what I want to teach you guys how to do is apply styles to more than one element at a time. So before, what we did is we had a tag, for example, our header tag, which we would put h1, and then we would go ahead in our curly braces apply whatever style, property, value we wanted to. And then under that, we would have another thing like p for paragraph, and then in here we would apply whatever same style we want. But what if you had this crazy idea that I want to apply the same style to two different tags? For example, I want to turn all the text in my paragraph red and also all the text in my header red. So if we wanted to apply the same style to more than one element at a time, here's a nice little shortcut for that. Instead of writing on several different lines, we can go ahead and write h1 just like before, and we can write a comma, and then after that go ahead and add your other element on the same exact line. So this saves you the trouble of not only having to add many elements, but on one line write all the elements you want. You just have to remember to separate them with a comma, and then you only apply that rule once. And when you apply it once, it's going to affect all the elements you told it to. So like I said, it saves you some time. So let's go ahead and check out an example right now. If we go ahead and take the property color, set it equal to red or something simple, something that shows up good, and go ahead and save that. Now check it out. The normal text stayed the same right there because it didn't get affected with our CSS, but the header and paragraph both turned red. Even though they're on the same line and we only said that CSS rule color red one time, it applied it to both the paragraph and header 1 element. So again, like you can see, this saves you a whole lot of time whenever you're applying the same style to many different elements. And I did it with 2 elements in this example, but you can do it with 3, 4, 5, however many you want. So anyways, that's what I wanted to show you for the first half of this tutorial. Now, let's just go ahead and delete everything because that was simple enough. What I want to show you guys now is something called span. Now, before I taught you guys how to apply styles to entire elements, for example, in the lesson I just showed you, how would you apply the style to an entire header, or how would you apply a style to an entire paragraph? But say, for example, you have a paragraph. Let me go ahead and make one real quick on your screen like this, and there's a bunch of text in it. Let me just type some stuff. This is my first para, and I love carrots and apple pie. So you have this wonderful paragraph on your screen, and this website's looking pretty good so far, but you get this crazy idea that maybe you want to apply a CSS property to, maybe just a couple words. Well, we know that we can't apply it to the paragraph or it's going to affect everything. So how do we solve that problem? Well, what XHTML did, or the wonderful people who made it, they invented a special XHTML tag, and it's called span. SPAN. And whenever we want to affect just a group or a block of text, what we need to do is we need to surround that text with our span tag. So let me go ahead and surround like I love carrots with a special span tags. Now this is a double tag, so it has an opening and closing. Span, and let me go ahead and end it right here. Span. And now you're saying, alright, Bucky, so how do I actually apply a CSS rule to this? Well, again, just like any other element, just go ahead and type the element name, which is span, up here. And I'm not just making this word up. You can't like write your name and put it in here and expect it to work. Span is actually a built-in thing, so don't go making up words on me. So anyways, in your curly brackets, just write it like you write any other normal CSS property. So let's go ahead and something different than color. Let's go ahead and change the font weight this time. Let's change this to bold. And also, might as well change the color to change it to green. That should look pretty good. So now let's go ahead and save this and refresh and check it out. None of the paragraph is affected, but your span, which is pretty much like custom made tags, that might be an easier way to understand it, that is the only part that's affected. So if you ever come across this problem where you want to apply a CSS rule but you don't want to affect the whole tag, you can insert these custom span tags, and then only the text that's in between those tags is going to be affected. So that's pretty sweet. And again, like I said, span is a keyword that you need to use. You just can't use any word you want, like your name or your favorite food. You need to use the word span, or else your browser is not going to understand it. So anyways, that's all I have for you guys for this tutorial. So thank you for watching, and don't forget to check out my next lesson. What is going on, guys? It's Bucky, and welcome to your 29th CSS tutorial. And this tutorial is going to be amazing because we're going to be talking about my favorite part of CSS, and that is called the div element. Now, before, you might have noticed, if you try to make a cool looking web page, that what we know so far, we can't really get a cool layout with our web page. Maybe you tried using tables, but that didn't really work out. It looked like an old web page. I mean, if we just put like a heading and an image and then a paragraph, everything kind of looks like it's stacked on top of each other, and it reminds you of like the old 1990s websites where everything was just like plain and stupid, and it wasn't a good layout. It looked more of like an outline for English class than a layout. So here is what I'm going to introduce to you guys in this tutorial. An element called div, short for division, long for duh. No, it's not long for duh, but anyways, what it means is a div element pretty much gives you the ability to define sections on your web page to place elements exactly where you want them. So for example, if you want an image in the top right, and then maybe a heading in the bottom left, and maybe some paragraphs somewhere in the middle, you can position them exactly how you want them using the div element. So now everything just doesn't have to go paragraph under it, a heading under it, an image under it, another heading. Nothing has to be stacked on top of each other anymore. It could be laid out to the left, right, side by side if you want. So anyways, enough of me talking. Let's get in. Let me show you guys this div in action. So let's go ahead and put some text on the screen. Just put some my name is Bucky. That's good enough. Nothing too big. Don't want to waste my time typing worthless text. So anyways, go ahead and surround it with these tags, div, and yes, you have to use those exact letters, and div. So now the text, my name is Bucky, it's surrounded in div tags right here. So what exactly can we do with div tags? Well, if we go up here in our CSS and write div, and in our properties, or curly braces, whatever you want to call them, go ahead and start adding properties to it. First of all, let's go ahead and make it easy to see. So let's give it like a solid red border. So border 2 pixels, solid red. If you guys can't see that, then you are blind. So now I'm going to teach you guys about something called positioning, but actually just go ahead and do this. Position absolute. Now, positioning is like a whole nother tutorial, so I'm just going to skip over this for now, but it's crucial that if you want to follow along, then you write position equals absolute. But again, don't worry about position right now because I'm going to be covering that in like 2 or 3 tutorials. But for now, let's just stick with div and focus on this. So anyways, like I said, a div is pretty much a section of your website. So what we can do to give this box, yeah, that's a better term for it, a box. And what we can do is first give this box a width. So go ahead and set the width equal to 300 pixels. And now what we can do is check it out. Let's go ahead and save it so we see what we're working with first. Go ahead and refresh the screen, and we now have a box on our screen. Now the text is inside the box, aka the div, and also the box has a border of 2 pixels, it's solid, and it's red. But we're saying, alright Bucky, you told me that I can position this anywhere I want on the screen. It doesn't have to be stuck in the top left corner. Well, let's go ahead and change that right now. In order to change the position of this box, the only thing you need are coordinates. Now, here is the top of your browser right here, and here's the left hand side. So say you want to move it down 40 pixels, so it'll be somewhere right here, and left 35 pixels, so it'll be like the top left will be somewhere right here. So let's go ahead and do that by adding the properties top, and go ahead and make this 40 pixels, and also set left equal to 35 pixels. And a lot of people get this confused easy. Whenever you save it and refresh it, you see that it moved down 40 pixels and it moved to the right 40 pixels. Whenever you say top 40 pixels, you're saying the top left corner you want to be 40 pixels down right here, not like the middle. Some people might think, alright, a middle point would be a good point to move around, but it's actually the top left corner you're focusing on. So whenever you say top 40, it says move the top down 40, or in other words, 40 pixels from the top. And whenever you say left 35 pixels, it says move this corner 35 pixels from the left. So now we have our box moved down from the top 40 pixels and moved down, or excuse me, moved over from the left 35 pixels. So pretty easy to understand, and now you can see by using those coordinates we can move this box around the screen anywhere we want. So this is a lot better way of positioning our elements around on the screen than just before, or maybe if you tried using a table. Don't ever do that because it just doesn't work. This is the new and improved way of how to use CSS to position elements. So later on, when we're making an entire website and say maybe we want our logo in the top left and maybe an ad on the top right and a navigation bar across the top and maybe some more navigation on the left, we use a bunch of different divs in order to make a bunch of different boxes that we can put stuff in. So anyways, I'm going to be teaching you guys about positioning and how to make different types of divs in the upcoming tutorials, so don't forget to check those out. So for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and yeah, I guess I'll see you next video. What's going on, guys? It's Bucky, and welcome to your 30th XHTML and CSS tutorial. 30 tutorials, that's a milestone. Someone should give me an award or something. But anyways, in this tutorial, I'm going to teach you guys how to control styles by using something called a class. Now, what a class is it's similar to a span in the sense that we can affect the same element in different ways. So let me break this down for you a little more clear. Before we've been using elements to apply styles to everything on the web page that was the same element. For example, if we had 8 paragraphs and we applied a style to the paragraph tag, it would affect all 8 paragraphs. But what if you're saying, alright, Bucky, I want half my paragraphs to be red and half of my paragraphs to be green? Well, we can't apply a style to the paragraph tag because it would affect all the paragraphs. So in order for us to get more control or more customization over our web page, we need to use something called a class. Now let's go ahead and, well, we might as well use that paragraph example. So let's go ahead and make 2 paragraphs on your screen. So the first one can be like, let's go ahead and type, I want this text to be red! Explanation point, because we really mean it. So let's go ahead and copy this and paste it, but we'll change this paragraph to, boy, oh boy, I wish I was green. And why I capitalized green, I have no idea, but I did it. What are you going to do about it? So anyways, we have 2 paragraphs, one where we want the text to be red and one where we want the text to be green. So you're thinking, alright, maybe I'll go ahead and for this paragraph go ahead and do red, and for another paragraph go ahead and do green. But that's not going to work because it's either going to make all your paragraphs red or all your paragraphs green. So what is the solution to this problem? Well, the answer, my friend, you guessed it, is classes. So in order to make a class, here's what you do. The first thing you do in order to tell CSS you're going to be working with a class is put the period or a dot, whatever the heck you want to call it. And now name your class anything you want except the cuss word because that's just rude. So I'm going to name mine red text. By the way, you probably want to name it something descriptive. Where don't name it like baked beans and applesauce because that has nothing to do with the red text. Name it something that you notice what it is. So anyways, go ahead and put your period and then write the name of your class and then inside your curly braces what you want the rule to be. I want color red. So anything that belongs to the class red text is going to have red text. Simple enough. So let's go ahead and add another class. Just so I can show you guys that you can name it anything you want. I'm going to go ahead and name this baby Green Goblins. That sounds like a name from what's that show? Legends of the Hidden Temple. But was Green Goblins even a thing? Let me see. Silver Snake, Purple Penguins or something. And Green Goblins. Might as well. Anyways, like I was saying. So now we have a class red text and another class green goblins. And let's go ahead and make the rule for green goblins. Anytime anything belongs to the class green goblins, their text is going to be, of course, green. Hence the name green goblins. So simple enough. So now you're saying, alright, let's go ahead and save this and see what happens. If we just refresh it, check it out. Our paragraphs are plain old because we didn't apply the class to those paragraphs yet. So in order to do that, here's what you need to do. For this paragraph, since we want this one to belong to the class red text, we need to add an attribute called class, and we need to set it equal to the name of that class. But don't include the period whenever you write it as your XHTML attribute. Just go ahead and drop the period and write the name of your class, which is red text. So go ahead and copy that and paste it in here. So now let's go ahead and save it, refresh, and see what we got. Now this paragraph is the only paragraph that belongs to the class red text. So this is the only paragraph that's going to turn red. So now you can see that we have some more customization. So now if we want this paragraph to belong to the class red text and this paragraph to belong to the class green goblins, go ahead and save this and refresh, we can see that this text is now green. So before this tutorial, we really had no way of segregating the 2 paragraphs. And you can make them any color you want. I chose red and green. Don't choose black and white because that's just racist. And anyways, like I was saying, we can now segregate the classes and add more customization to the same element, whereas before when we had one element we had one rule where it affected all the elements on the page, all the paragraphs on the page, all the headers on page, they got the same rule. Well, now we can split them up, and for this example, it wasn't really useful because, I mean, we could have just used span or anything. We could have even used div, but this is the most useful way. Anyways, what am I trying to say here? Later on, once we start developing websites that have like 100 of elements per page, this is going to be a huge help for you guys, and you guys will see later on just how helpful this is. So this is probably a tutorial that you want to put in your favorites because you do not want to forget about this one. So thank you guys for watching. That's all I have for you guys for this tutorial. So I guess I'll see you in tutorial number 31. What's up, people? Welcome to your 31st XHTML and CSS tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be clearing up a lot of confusion that you probably have surrounding that div thing that I talked about a couple tutorials ago. So, a little refresher. A couple tutorials ago, I told you guys that in order to position elements exactly where you want on your web page, then you use something called div, and they're pretty much like boxes that you can move around the screen, and they let you make the layout a lot prettier than you could with just tables or just using plain XHTML. But you guys are probably thinking this: alright, Bucky, if I have a bunch of different boxes and they're all just called div, then how does the browser know what div I want to go where? Well, the answer is through the use of something called IDs. Now, ID is a lot like well, it's kind of a lot like a style, but it's different as well. You use IDs a lot with divs in order to position boxes at different locations. For example, if you had one div that you wanted to go in the top left and you had one div that you wanted to go in the bottom right, you would give them different IDs, and then you can tell your browser, I want this one to go in the top left and I want this one to go in the bottom right. So let's go ahead and make two divs first of all. So div and ending div, and let's go ahead and make another one right under it. And in the first div, let's just go ahead and write Bobby is the best. And under that one, write Hobart is the coolest. It doesn't matter what you write. Just go ahead and make them different. Separate but equal. What's that from? Quote it and you get a penny. So anyways, in order to change these divs and make sure that the browser knows that they're different, we need to create something called an ID for each one. So let's go ahead and create an ID, and in order to create an ID, instead of the period like we did before that we used with styles, or excuse me, classes, we need to write the pound sign. So pound sign whenever you create an ID, and now type the name of whatever ID you want, whatever name pops in your head. I'm going to type mine Bobby because I'm going to apply mine to this div that is called, that has a sentence and it has Bobby in it. So anyways, name it anything you want except a cuss word because that's rude. And now apply some styles to it, like let's make it easy to see, so let's give it a border. So border equals 2 pix solid red. And now I'm going to throw you guys for a loop and add that position thing that we don't know what it means yet, but I'm going to clear it up in a few tutorials. Absolute, definitely spelled down right. Absolute, that's a little better. And let's go ahead and take this div and move it down 15 pixels. So top, move it 15 pixels from the top, and move it let's say 25 pixels from the left. So now what we have is an ID Bobby. Now any div that we give this ID to is going to be this position and have this border. So let's go ahead and make another ID right now, and we can do that by just copying this and pasting it and changing the ID name, and change this ID to Hobart, and change the border to green. Green sounds like a Hobart color, and move it let's say 65 off the top and 5 from the left. So check it out. We have two divs right here and right here, and we have two IDs that are different. This one has a red border and it's in the top left, and this one has a green border and it's kind of below it, shifted to the left. So now we want to say, alright, For this div right here, we want to give the ID Bobby. So in order to do that, go ahead and write ID equals Bobby. Make sure you don't include the pound sign whenever you're writing it. Make sure I didn't write booby there. Make sure you don't write the pound sign whenever you're writing it is your XHTML attribute. The only time that you use that pound sign is when you're making it a CSS. So whenever you're using it in between the style tags, include the pound sign. This is just your way of telling CSS, yes, this is an ID. So anyways, we now applied this ID to this div right here. So whenever we refresh it, we get Bobby is the best right here, and check it out. It now has a border of 2 pixels solid red. It's now moved down from the top 15 pixels, and it's now moved to the right 25 pixels. So that's what happens when we apply an ID to a div. You pretty much allows you to position it anywhere you want on the screen. So now if we go ahead and take this ID and apply it to this div, what's going to happen is it's going to take this text, Hobart is the coolest, and it's going to say, alright, I have the idea of Hobart, so I'm going to give it a green border, move it down 65 and left 5 pixels. So when we refresh it, that's what we get. So anyways, that's what I'm basically telling you how to do. You have two divs that are basically identical and your browser can't tell them apart. Well, in order to give them identities, you need to first of all write what you want your ID to equal, pretty much give them a unique identity or a fingerprint, and then you write what you want that identity to mean. Whenever something has the identity of Bobby, I want to give it a red border and put it in this location. Whenever anything has the identity of Hobart, I want to give it a green border and put it in this location. So that way we can use divs to position different elements around the screen. So before we had one div and we can only do one thing with it, but now we can have a countless number of divs, infinite divs, and we can position them all around the screen however we'd like. So now you can start to see how divs are so useful in making a custom layout. So now what we can do is we can make one div for our banner in the top right, and one div for our logo in the top left, and one div for our navigation bar at the bottom or our left, wherever we want it. So that is how you use IDs to distinguish divs from one another. So if this tutorial was confusing, then just watch it again and I promise you guys will get it. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I guess I'll see you guys later. Why hello there, bloody good day. My name is Bucket, and welcome to your 30-second XHTML and CSS tutorial. I hope you guys enjoyed my British accent. I know I did. But anyways, in this tutorial, I'm going to be talking to you guys about how to style a child selector. Now, let me give you guys a quick overview of what I mean by child. First of all, I'm not talking about a child selector like you decided that you and your wife want to adopt a baby, so now you have to select a child. That's not what I'm talking about. Not in this tutorial, at least. Maybe I'll do that in the next tutorial. Hold on, let me adjust my microphone. There, that's better. So anyways, a child in terms of XHTML is a tag that's inside another tag. So for example, you see how whenever we make tags like body, they have to be within the HTML tags, or whenever we have the style tags, they have to be within the head tags. We can't have head style, head style. They have to be inside one another. So the relationship I'm talking about is this. See this head? The head is a child of HTML. So HTML would be the parent, and since head is inside, it would be the child. Body is also a child of HTML, since body is inside HTML. Style is a child of head, since style is inside head. So you can say style is the child, head is the parent. There. Now you guys should understand what I mean by a child and a parent. Now, with that being said, I'm going to show you guys how to style a child selector. For example, if you come across this problem, I want to style links, but I only want to style the ones inside paragraphs. Well, we can't just go ahead and make a style for links because that's going to apply it to all of them. In order to say, alright, we want to apply it only to the ones that are in paragraphs. We need to do something special. So let's go ahead and first and foremost make three different links right here. Just go ahead and put like a href equals http thenewboston.com. And now let's go ahead and just write like first or something like that. So first of all, we're just going to have a regular link on the screen. Let's refresh this, make sure it works. And when we click it, it takes us to the greatest website ever, thenewboston.com. So anyways, let's go ahead and make two more. So first and foremost, we have a regular link on the screen, nothing special. So now let's go ahead and make a paragraph, pp. Oh man, I cracked myself up. And now let's go ahead and put this link inside pp. And we'll write second. I am so immature, it is ridiculous. These are the most unprofessional tutorials you have ever seen in your life, probably, but hey, they're pretty good. So, and last, let's go ahead and put another one in a header. So now you're saying, alright, I have these three links, and I want, oh yeah, gotta probably do this, third. So first, second, and third. So here's what they look like. The first one is just regular plain old text. The second one is inside a paragraph, and the third one is inside the header. So right now they all look the same, and you're saying, alright, I want to style only the links that are inside paragraph tags. So I want to style basically only these. So in order to do that, like I said, we can't just go ahead and style all the links or else it's going to style all of them. What we need to do is say this. Alright, first of all, inside the paragraph tags, I want to style all the links. Now, let me, kind of put this in other terms. You're saying, alright, A is pretty much, alright, all children A with a parent of P, or basically all link tags inside paragraphs, I'm going to go ahead and style those. And you use this with the greater than sign. So greater than sign pretty much means relationship. Whenever A, aka link, has a parent of P, aka paragraph, I want to style you. So now let's go ahead and apply some styles. Let's go ahead and put color red and maybe put like font size 30 pixels. Not that, what's a lowercase o? Embarrassing. So let me go ahead and add this last semicolon, refresh, and see what we got. Check it out. Now, CSS went through, looked for all the links that were inside the paragraph. Is this link inside a paragraph? Nope. Is this link inside a paragraph? Yep. So I'm going to style this one. Is this link inside a paragraph? No, it's inside a header, so don't touch that one either. And it and it went ahead and applied the style to those links. So that is not only how you talk in terms of relationships, child, parents, but also how you can style pretty much not only a link, but basically anything you want, depending on what their parent is. And another quick bit of information I want to teach you guys. You guys are probably saying, all right, if head is the child of HTML, then does that mean style is the grandchild of HTML? Yes, it does. In technical terms, that's how it works. So HTML is the grandparent of style. So it goes grandchild, child, parent, or grandparent, grandchild, depending on what you're referencing. That has nothing to do with this tutorial, but, I got a couple extra minutes. Might as well give you a nice little tidbit of information. So, anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this tutorial. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to check out my website, and I'll see you next video. What's going on, guys? Welcome to your 33rd XHTML and CSS tutorial, and in this tutorial we're going to be talking about something called pseudo elements. But the name pseudo element, I don't know why they give it that name, because it's not really even a fake element at all. It's basically just a piece of another element. So for example, a pseudo element, for example, might be if you have a paragraph, it might just be the first line of the paragraph. Or if you have a header, it might just be the first letter of that title or whatever section of text you have. So you see, it's not really like a fake element, it's just like the beginning of another element. So I know you guys, it's really hard to explain it, so I'm just going to show you guys what it is. So let's go ahead and make 3 paragraphs, because I'm going to be styling the first letter of each paragraph, so might as well have more than one. So let me just go ahead and make 3 outlines for paragraphs right now. PP, It's disgusting. And paste and paste. So let's just go ahead and, alright, what's popping in my head? Paul, did you hear Miley Cyrus played beer pong with the Russians? Yeah, I never took typing class as a kid, so yeah. And then just write something in the next one like OMG WF barbecue. And in the last one, just write like, oh, Billy. Oh, Billy. Okay. So anyways, let's go ahead and save that and take a look at what we got it so far. 3 paragraphs. Basically, pretty dumb. So anyways, what I want to teach you guys is about these pseudo elements and how to apply styles to them. First of all, a pseudo element would be the first letter of each of these paragraphs, and you don't get to pick these pseudo elements. They're actually built in, and the ones that are built in I know by heart are first letter, first line. For example, if you had a paragraph with like 5 lines, it would only apply the style to that first line. And what the heck am I saying? There's also one called before and after, and I actually never use these, so I'm not even entirely sure what they are, but I know that they exist because I read about them before. So anyways, what I'm going to be doing is applying a style to the first letter of each paragraph, and in order to use these pseudo elements, you do this. Go ahead and type the main element that you want to apply, and then go ahead and add a colon and type the name of the pseudo element. Now in this case it's first minus a letter. And again, you don't get to make these up. These are actually built in. So again, there's first letter and first line, before and after. So now, whenever I apply a style, it's going to apply it to the first letter of every paragraph. So let's go ahead and, let's go ahead and make a style. So font, weight, bold. Good, and but like font size 30 pixels. I always choose 30 pixels. I'm not sure why. And just make it color green. That looks pretty good. And probably need that semicolon instead of a colon. Now refresh it and let's see what we got. Now we have a style applied to the first letter of the first paragraph. P, O, and O, and it spells poo, so that's pretty nice. So anyways, that's what pseudo elements are, and that's how you can use CSS to apply styles to them. Now, again, in this example, it wasn't really useful, but you know, you get the idea. If you ever want to apply a style to make the first letter or a first line stand out, this is how you would do that. So anyways, that's all I got for you guys for this tutorial. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next video. What's going on, guys? Welcome to your 34th XHTML and CSS tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be talking to you guys about something called an external style sheet, and this is definitely the most helpful lesson that I taught you guys so far. So far, if you only watch one tutorial, make sure it's this one because it's going to make your life as a web designer so much easier. So anyways, wouldn't it be cool if we could have one set of styles, one set of rules that we can apply to our entire website no matter how many pages we have on it? So for example, before, on this web page we would need to list all our styles. Turn paragraphs red, turn headers green, turn links orange, and then we go to this web page over here. Turn paragraphs red, turn headers green, turn links orange. And if we had like 500 different web pages, then that would just be a pain in the rear end. So anyways, wouldn't it be easy if we could just say, alright, we have this one main outline of styles that we want to apply to our entire website, every single web page. So we just go ahead and type use that style, use that style. It's a lot easier than trying to manage all those styles. And then say you have 500 pages and then you decide, you know what, instead of red paragraphs, I want blue paragraphs. Well, looks like I'm gonna have to edit 5,000 pages. Instead, you only have to go to one location, change it, and it edits the entire website for you. So anyways, let me go ahead and make a simple website. In our body, let's go ahead and add a header h1 and just write like this is the index page. Biatch. No, don't write that. And anyways, go ahead and like add a paragraph. My name is Perry the Parrot. I am a paragraph. I don't see any typos. And last but not least, just go ahead and add a link. href. Just go ahead and link this to your second page. And click me. I Dare you to. Biatch. Nah, you don't want to say that. So anyways, go ahead and take a look at our index, and actually you might as well do this. Just go ahead and copy this, and on your other website, or excuse me, your other web page, I always get those terms mixed up. And actually, a web page is the individual page. Your website is your collection of web pages. So, I get it mixed up, but now you guys know. So let's just go ahead and write, this is the, let's just write second page, and this link can go to index.html. And actually this one can go to second.html. So now what we have is a simple website with two web pages on it. This is the main page, and you click this and it takes you to the second page. You click it again, it takes you to the first page. Second, back to the first. Second, back to the first. A second, and back to the first. Yeah, I'll stop doing that right now. So anyways, like I was saying, and if we wanted to apply styles to each of these web pages, we can go ahead, and we already know how to apply styles using CSS, so we can go ahead, throw those style tags in there and go make a rule for the heading, the paragraph, and the link. Then we can go over here, make a rule for the heading, the paragraph, and the link. But if we wanted to edit it, then we would need to go back, edit here, need to go back, edit here, here, then here. I'm getting a headache already just thinking about it. So let me show you guys a super easy way that's gonna, it's gonna fix your life forever. So don't even touch these files right now. Go ahead and click File, New, or you can just go ahead and click this button right here to get a new, and it's gonna make you a new file. Now, here is where we're going to put all of our styles, but you don't need that style tag like that. The only thing you need to do is paste in all of the rules that you want. So for example, for our header 1, let's just go ahead and make this green or something. Just make something noticeable that will stand out. Now for our paragraphs, let me just think of a couple things real quick. Font, family, Tahoma, I think that's how you spell it. I'm not sure. We'll see if it works. Color, red, and font size 20 pixels. That's a nice round number. It's also my favorite number. Did you guys know that? 20. Nice little tidbit of information. Alright, now let's go ahead and make all the links orange or something stupid. Color, orange. So now we have all these rules right here, but how do we tell our web pages that these are the rules that we want to use? Well, the first thing we need to do before we even think about doing that is go up to here, File, Save As, and we need to save this as a special file. You can name it anything you want, so I'm just going to name mine Donkey because why the heck not? And you need to save it as a CSS file, and in order to do that, go to the drop down menu and select CSS, which stands for Cascading Style Sheet File, or you can just type .css, but who wants to type when you can just click buttons? So go ahead and save this. And now we have this special CSS file that has only rules in it. It has 3 rules about a heading, a paragraph, and a link. So now we need to go into our web pages and tell it that we want to use this file instead of, styles. So in order to do that, and make sure that you don't put this in style tags, we don't need style tags any longer. What we do need is a special link tag. And it's a single tag, so there's no opening and closing. And you need 3 attributes for this. The first is, this is either like relationship or relative or something. Anyways, you put style sheet, and that never changes, so you don't even have to worry about what it means. The next is what type of file you want to link to, and that is actually called text/CSS. This never changes also, so again, we have 2 things that never change. The last thing is href, and the reference is what is the name of that document, and in case you forgot, it's donkey.css. So donkey.css, and make sure it's stored in the same folder as your index and your second web page are. So now if we go ahead and save this, and actually I could type this all again, but I'm way too lazy, so go ahead and paste this in the header right here. And now instead of all those styles, what it's going to do is say, alright, so you want to use a list of styles, huh? Alright, where are those styles? in Donkey CSS. So every time this web page gets loaded, it's going to load all the rules in Donkey CSS and apply them to these right here. And every time index gets loaded, it's going to look at Donkey CSS and it's going to apply them to these right here. So let's go ahead, refresh this, and see what we got. Now in our index, our headers are green, our paragraphs are to home are red 20 pixels, and our links are orange. Pretty cool, huh? And we did this all using an external style sheet. So let's go ahead, second index, check it out. So now let's say we made a website and it now has like 5,000 different web pages on it, and your boss comes in and he's like, yeah, you know, all those headers, instead of green, I actually want those blue. And he's thinking that he's kicking you in the butt, making you hate your life, because now you have to change 1,000 different web pages. But you know, since you use external style sheets, all you have to do is go in this one document and change that word green to blue. Now save this and check it out. Refresh, refresh. Now all your web pages have blue headers. So how much easier is that to manage than just a list of styles? Pretty cool, huh? So that is the beauty of an external style sheet, how to use it, and why it's so useful. So anyways, that's all I got to say. I was like gonna be rambling on about something else, but that's basically all I got to teach you. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Super important one. So anyways, I'll see you in the next video, and if you get bored, don't forget to check out my website. So I'll see you guys later. Alright guys, it's Bucky and welcome back to your 35th CSS tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to talk to you guys about overriding styles. So for example, let's go ahead and take a look at this website that we built before. Every style on every single page is the same. But what if you come across a situation where you have all your web pages the same, but there's one web page that you might want to do a little something different. Maybe you want all the paragraphs bigger, or maybe you want all the headers to be a different color. Well, you don't have to you know, throw fit, because there's a simple way that you can override the styles on an external style sheet using the old style tags that we learned before. And this is where the term cascading comes into effect when we're talking about cascading style sheets, or yeah, that's what they're called. So anyways, in order to override a style, let's go ahead and take a look at our main styles first. We have our headings blue, our paragraphs red, and our links orange. So say, for example, on this page, instead of our headings being blue, we want our headings to be green. Well, in order to change all our headings to green, all we would need to do is this. You know those style tags that I told you guys to take out before? Well, go ahead and throw those in again. Style, and of course, remember, type equals text CSS, and go ahead and put the ending style tag in there too. And now go ahead and write your CSS rules. So for example, if we wanted to change header ones, go ahead and change this to color green. And now check this out. Even though we have an external style sheet saying that our headers are supposed to be blue, we went ahead and we overrode that by throwing in this internal style tags in our web page right here. And now when we go ahead and refresh the website, instead of having blue headers, we now have green headers. So the point I'm trying to say is this. In general, this is like an outline of rules we have to follow, but anytime that we want to change a specific rule on our web page, we can just go ahead and throw those style tags in, and these styles will apply to only this web page and not the entire website. So for example, on this web page we change the headers to green, but for the rest of the web page they're going to be blue still. And that brings me to another point. The concept of cascading is this. You're going to get all your rules right here, just like you imported them, just like you typed them in directly there. And then later on, it's going to see, alright, actually, I want my headers to be green. And since this was the most recent rule, that's why they're green. So for example, if you went ahead and copied this and pasted it right here, you would have two header rules. The top one would say, make my headers blue, and later on it would say make my headers green. Well, how does CSS know what one you want to use? The way it determines what one you want to use is it looks at the most recent rule. So check this out. Maybe this will help clarify things. If I go ahead and copy this and paste it in at the top right there, let me give you a little space to work with. check it out. Now we're saying, all right, make our headers green, but later on we're telling it to make our headers blue. So what happens when we save this? Go to the index page and refresh. Our headers are now blue. So why are they blue now even though we have this style tag in this web page? It's because you told it to go green first and then later on you told it to go blue. So since blue was the most recent, that's where it went. And again, if we copy this or cut it and make it green, since it's the most recent, it'll change it to green and leave the rest of your pages blue. So that is how you override styles. And again, you never actually want to put the style tags above the external style sheet, because the only reason you would have style tags is to override what's in the style sheet. So having any of these style tags above would be worthless. So anyways, the common practice of making web pages is this. Go ahead and import all the rules that you need before you start doing the nitty-gritty stuff. And then all the fine changes that you want to make, you want to put them in style tags, and these will give you all the custom differences for each web page. So anyways, that is how everyone always sets up their CSS in their web pages, and this gives you a lot of control to give your web pages exactly the look that you're looking for. So anyways, thank you guys for watching this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we're going to be starting to talk about how to layout our websites and make them look awesome. But for now, that's all you get. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Thanks for subscribing, and I'll see you guys in the next video. What is going on, guys? It's Bucky, and welcome to your 36th XHTML and CSS tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be talking to you guys about something called positioning. So before, whenever we were making websites and we added like an image, and then a header, and then a paragraph, and then, you know, maybe some links or something, everything kind of appeared after one another. It kind of flowed together in a nice, neat order. I mean, your image knew automatically not to appear on top of your text to cover it up. And whenever you made a paragraph, it didn't just put them in a random location. It put it under whatever was there before, like under your header or under your image. So everything kind of flowed automatically. But while this is good if you're going for that, you know, kind of boring, organized look, it didn't give you a whole lot of control over the layout and look of your website. So in this tutorial, I'm going to teach you guys how to change all that using something called absolute positioning. Now, let's go ahead and look at an example right now. So I'm going to make two divs, or aka two boxes on the screen, and I'm going to show you guys how to move them around exactly where you want them. So let's go ahead and make a div with an ID of, I don't know, apples, and just go ahead and end that div. Let's add some text in it. I am the apple box. Isn't there a cereal like Apple Jacks? That's what I was thinking of. So let's go ahead and copy this and add another div with the ID blueberry, and just put like yo soy un blueberry. This can be a Mexican blueberry box. So anyways, go ahead and save this and see what we have on our screen so far. We have I am the apple box and yo soy un blueberry, the blueberry box. So in order to you know, visualize these a little better, let's go ahead up in CSS and give them a border, you know, actually, so they actually look like boxes. So go ahead and in your apples, let's add some rules to it. Border equals 2 pixels solid red, because apples are red. It might make it easier to tell. And let's see, in order to apply that absolute positioning, here's what you need to do. Type in the attribute position, and for the value type absolute. And now, well, it's better if I just show you what absolute positioning is. So anyways, just leave it like this. But anyways, since these are boxes, we need to give them a couple things. First of all, a width and a height, so CSS knows how wide and how tall to draw that border. And also a top and a left, or pretty much coordinates, so it knows where on the screen to draw the border. So width equals, I don't know, let's say 150 pixels. And height equals 175 pixels. That'll be good for this resolution. So now we need to say, where on the screen do you want to draw this box? Well, 30 pixels down from the top is good, and let's say right, in other words, 15 pixels from the left. So now let's go ahead and save this and see what we got. We got a red box, 2 pixels solid red, it's absolute, and the width is 150 by 175, and it's 30 pixels down from the top and 15 pixels from the right. So now you're saying, this is pretty cool because now I can have my elements in boxes and I can move them anywhere I want around the screen. So for example, your boss comes in and he's like, Bucky, make this 100 more pixels to the right and some more pixels down. So you're saying, alright, now I can add 100 pixels to that, and instead of 30, put it at like 40 and save it, and bam, check it out. Move it over some and move it down some. Pretty cool. But now we're going to run into a problem, and that's this. It's not so much a problem as something that you just need to look out for. Go ahead and copy this, and let's see if this works. Go ahead and now let's make a box for Blueberry. And let's first of all make that border blue so we can see what we're doing. And make the width, I mean, those look pretty good. So change this to 30 and, 15. Whoa, easy hoss. So now in our Blueberry box, we have a blue border. The position is absolute still. The width and height are the same, but it's just at different coordinates. So now whenever we save this and refresh this, we see that something weird happens that didn't happen before. With absolute positioning basically says, alright, I'm going to give you complete control over where to place your elements, but I don't care if any other element is in my way. I don't care if any other box is in my way. If it is, I'm just going to overlap it, F it. I only care about myself. So while this is an excellent way to position elements on the screen exactly where you want them, you need to look out for a couple things. First of all, before, whenever we just made dumb old websites, everything was positioned nice and neatly. Now we run into the problem of things might having to bump into each other or overlapping. So whenever you're making your websites, you have to make sure don't overlap your stuff or it's going to be hard to read. I mean, look at this is this would be pretty hard to read if we had two paragraphs in here and you overlapped them and try to read them together. So anyways, whenever you're making a website, you have to watch out not to overlap your stuff right now, because even though we have control over exactly where things go, we have to watch out not to make them bump into each other. So anyways, it doesn't flow like other XHTML would just by default. And anyways, you guys can see what's going on. So this is basically absolute positioning. The idea that you can take an element and put it absolutely in a location no matter what else is in the way. So you're saying, alright, this is pretty cool. I'm just going to take all my elements and arrange them, make sure they don't overlap, and I'm just going to make a website like that. Well, before you just go and make an entire website out of absolute positioning, there are two other forms of positioning I want to teach you guys about. And when you use them together, it's going to give you a whole lot more control, and it's going to make your website so much better. So before you just go make a website with tons of boxes like this all over, stick with me for the next couple tutorials. I'm going to be teaching you about some different types of positioning, and trust me, you will thank me by the end of these tutorials. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Hopefully you guys understand the concept of absolute positioning, and if you don't, then just stick with me in these next couple tutorials. You will. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. What is going on, guys? It's Bucky, and welcome back to your 37th XHTML and CSS tutorial. And in this tutorial, as promised, I'm going to be talking to you guys about a different kind of positioning, and that's called relative positioning. Now, relative positioning is kind of similar to absolute positioning, but it's also very different. So you're saying, how can it be similar and extremely different? But it is. So let me go ahead and show that to you guys. Let's go ahead and first make a couple paragraphs on the screen. So P, and just go ahead and like write first. Let me just go ahead and copy this. Make like 4 paragraphs or something. That'll be fine. First, second, third, and fourth. But give this third one an ID. Oops. I'm computer programming. In computer programming, you put =sign twice, and that's what I thought I was doing. So anyways, ID equals third. By the way, you guys should check out my computer programming tutorials. They're pretty cool. That's just a side note. But anyways, now for our third paragraph, let's first of all give it absolute positioning because that's what we know already. So in order to do that, go ahead and make your ID third and go ahead and give it a border of like, whoa, definitely spelled that wrong. Border 1 pixel solid green. That'll make it easy to see. And what else can we do? Position absolute. And now let's go ahead and move it top 60 pixels and also left 30 pixels. I don't like my top and left to be the same. So anyways, if we go ahead and save this, what we're going to see is this. We're going to see 4 paragraphs on the screen, and then we're going to see that third paragraph move 60 pixels down from this top point right here and 30 pixels right. So somewhere right in there. So check it out. We have the first, second, third, and this third box right here from the top left corner of your screen is moved down 60 pixels and right 30 pixels because that's what absolute positioning does. It takes this coordinate right here and it moves your box in relation to there. So let's go ahead and now instead of absolute type in relative and save this, and look how it changes. The box is now down more and over to the right the same. So we're saying, alright, what exactly is going on? Because this is kind of confusing. So instead of 60 pixels from the top, it's now a lot more. So why did this happen? Well, relative positioning is different than absolute positioning in the idea that instead of moving it absolutely from the top left point right here, it moves it in relation to where it would normally be. So instead of having the origin right here and moving 60 down 30 across, the origin is wherever it would be normally, which is somewhere right in here, and from that point it moves it 60 down and 30 across. So that's why it's actually more than 60 pixels down from the very top of your screen. Again, if I was to move this absolutely, it would be 60 pixels down from the top and 30 pixels over. But since I'm moving it relatively, it says, alright, you started out, well, let's go ahead and get rid of this, cut this. So you started out right here by default. So here is your starting point right here. And now you have this CSS rule that says, I want to move this 60 pixels down from where I was relative and also 30 pixels over. So it's going to take it from right here, move it 60 down and 30 over. So that's why it ends up right here. So anyways, that's the difference between absolute and relative. Absolute moves it from the top left point on your screen, and relatives move it from where it was in relation to the rest. So now you can see that we come across another problem that it doesn't really help to, you might be saying, alright, I'm just going to make everything relative then instead of absolute because relative is better. Well, we come across this problem. You see, instead of just taking this piece out right here and continuing the flow where first, second, fourth, instead of just moving this fourth up and filling in the gap, we now have a space or a gap of where that box used to be right here. So with absolute, we came across the problem of things overlapping. And now relative, we come across the problem of whenever we take something out from the natural flow, we have a huge gap of where it used to be, and it doesn't look like anything really fits in there. So anyways, keep those in mind whenever you're using these two different types of positioning. And by the way, let me say this. People usually don't lay out a web page all absolute or all relative. This isn't like a choice where you choose one or the other. Yes, you can make an entire web page all absolute or all relative, but you usually use them in conjunction with one another. For example, you might have your outside box relative and every inside box inside that would be absolute. That is a common technique that people use. But anyways, I just want to, get that in your head, because in case you thought I was teaching you guys the different ways of laying out a website, don't think like that. Think, how can I use these techniques together in order to give my webpage the look that I need to achieve? So anyways, there is one last type of positioning that I'm going to be teaching you guys about, and then after that I'm going to show you guys how to tie everything together and give your website the exact look and feel that you guys want. And it's going to be awesome. You guys are going to be making beautiful websites in no time. So for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the upcoming videos. What is up, everybody? Welcome to your 38th tutorial. I'm going to do this entire tutorial singing a song. No, actually I'm not. But anyways, in this tutorial we're going to be going over something called fixed positioning. It's the last positioning that we have to cover, and fixed positioning is actually a lot like absolute positioning in the idea that you're going to have a coordinate in your top left point on your screen, and just like absolute positioning, it's going to move the element absolutely where it is. But the one and the main difference between fixed positioning and absolute positioning, and it's actually the only difference, is whenever you scroll your screen, if you have an element that's absolutely positioned and you scroll your screen down, that element is, gonna do what you expect it to do and scroll off the screen. But with fixed positioning, that element stays in the same place on your website and it doesn't move, so it can scroll over other text, or it's just gonna stay there, and no matter how hard or how fast you scroll, it's not gonna move. So this is kind of a weird type of positioning, but and by the way, I just want to mention this. This is the most uncommon type of positioning. Hardly anyone ever uses this. I never used it when I built a website. But I have to tell you guys about it because I just can't, skip over a topic. So let's go ahead and make a bunch of paragraphs. So paragraph and ending paragraph, and let's just write, I am the Sandman, let me in. Easy, Metallica, something like that. It actually says I'm the Sandman, let me in. So let's go ahead and paste this a couple times, and let's just go ahead, copy this, paste that, and hey, why not a couple more? So now just go ahead, and why am I doing this? Well, I just want to have a website where we can actually scroll down. So now you can see we have some stuff to scroll, and it's not just, one paragraph or something. So actually, let's go ahead and change up this first paragraph and make it something with the ID. Let's name this ID Tuna, and in the paragraph we'll just write like Tuna McTuna Man. McTuna, they should definitely make a McDonald's sandwich called McTuna. I wouldn't eat it. Sounds disgusting, but I'm just saying they should make it. So now let's just go ahead and apply some styles to this ID. Actually, I already got my style tags. How convenient. So now in this tuna ID, what do we want to do? First of all, let's go ahead and give it a border of like border 2 pixels solid green, I guess. Why the heck not? Something that's easy to see. And now position, let's go ahead and write fixed. Just like that. And now let's go ahead and give it coordinates. So you're beginning to see that this is basically the exact same as absolute positioning. The only difference is that instead of absolute, we write fixed. So now let's go ahead and give it left 65 or 64 pixels. Who the heck cares? Save this, refresh, and see what we got. Now our first paragraph is in a box that's I probably should move this over more, but I'm not gonna. Way too lazy for that. That's 60 pixels down from the top and 65 from the left. So exactly like absolute positioning, it takes a box and it positions it absolutely on your web page exactly where you told it to. But check this out. The only difference is when absolute you would scroll and this could go off the screen, it would slowly move up. Whenever you scroll this, it stays fixed on your web page just like that. So no matter how hard I scroll, try to get it off, it's just staying there and it's annoying. So anyways, like I said, people generally don't use fixed a whole lot when making web pages because, I mean, have you ever been to a web page and it just did that and be like, yeah, there's a reason I scrolled to get you out of my site and you're still there, So anyways, I just wanted to go over it because, I mean, I thought it was appropriate. So anyways, that's the difference between absolute and fixed. It's one difference, but it's a big difference. So I guess if you wanted to be a real idiot, then you could do something like this. Go ahead and delete that, and then just go ahead and write fixed border and write like 1 pixel solid gray, and I got an idea. For the top, let's put it like 55 pixels, and for the left, let's put it like 290 pixels. So I guess if you were a jerk, you can just refresh this, and there would be they would load the web page, and then they would see this dot on their screen, and be like, "Oh man, my monitor scratched. Is it or is it the web page?" And then they scroll down and see that that dot actually stays there, and they're like, "Oh well, I guess my monitor is just scratched." So, anyways, if you wanted to be, a D head, you could do that. I'm just saying. So, anyways, that is the beauty of fixed. I guess that's actually the only reason you would ever want to use the fixed positioning if you wanted to just make a fake scratch on their monitor. So, yeah, I know it's dumb, but hey, it's all I got. So, anyways, thank you guys for watching this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I have no idea what I'm going to be going over, but it's going to be amazing. So, anyways, like I said, thanks. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for watching my videos. And thank you for just being you. So anyways, I'll see you in the next video. Alright guys, welcome back to your 39th tutorial in CSS, and in this tutorial I'm going to teach you guys how to automatically set the maximum width and maximum height of images, or actually any elements, using CSS. Now I said images because that's what most commonly you apply it to. For example, why would you want to set the maximum height of something if you can just automatically size it using XHTML or some photo editing software? Why do you need to explicitly tell CSS that you need a maximum height for an image? Well, for example, say you're doing this. Say you're making a website that you're later wanting to turn into your blog or something, and you're always copying uh, images from other websites and posting it on your website. First of all, I'm pretty sure that's illegal, so don't do it. But other than that, the sizes are always different, and you're always getting pretty much random pictures and putting on your website. So therefore, if you don't want to always have to go into your photo editing program and resize everything, you can just tell CSS, this is the size that I want this image to be. And aside from that, another example that's probably an even better example, if you ever went to eBay, everyone always uploads photos of all their items, and they're all different sizes, different types, but when eBay displays them on their main page, they're all the nice little same size thumbnail. So in order to get all a bunch of different photos the same size, you need to give it a kind of guideline. So let's go ahead and first, and by the way, I'm going to be working with images in this tutorial, but you can be working with any element you want. So anyways, I'm going to go ahead and use 3 images that I have on my computer. Source equals my face dot ping, and let's just go ahead and copy this and paste it down here twice, and my face dot ping. And aside from that, I have one called Madden1 dot JPEG. And lastly, I have cell.jpg. So now let's go ahead and save this and see what beautiful website we got. Whoa, hey mama, I mean my face is a pretty good size for this, but scroll down here. Whoa, mama, I'm gonna have to scroll all over to see this big whomping tomping thing. And also, geez Louise, that is one big cell right there. So say say I was selling my face and Madden for Xbox, and also a cell of my body on eBay. Well, this thing just isn't going to work. So here's what I would need to do. In order to set a maximum size for all images on your web page, here's what you need to do. Go ahead and type image as your element, then as your rules, the first property that we're going to alter is max minus height. And now for the value, go ahead and put a pixel size. So for example, 200 pixels would be appropriate. And then under this, might as well set a max width while we're here. Max width. And might as well make this one 200 pixels too. Why the heck not? So now, what we're telling our browser is this. Alright, if you have any image that's taller than 200 pixels, shrink it down to 200 pixels. If you have any image that's fatter than 200 pixels, skinny it up to 200 pixels. And we do this so the big images fit nicely on our small web page. So now let's go ahead and save this and see what happens. It took all those images that were bigger and it shrunk them down so they nicely fit, or fit nicely if you prefer that, on our web page. So pretty cool. It kept the same, aspect ratio, and that is what we got. So aside from that, another thing, um, you can use this too, but it's not as commonly used, is actually min width and min height. And I don't even have to tell you what those do. So, you know. But anyways, the only times, actually never use those. The only really rule I ever use is max height and max width. And I do this a lot whenever I'm uh, like if I made an auction website for someone, I would take all their images and shrink them down in the thumbnails so all the websites look the same. Or if you made a website like Facebook or something where everyone was uploading huge images the size of billboards, then you might want to shrink it, you know, to fit it on their nice profile picture. So anyways, that is the idea behind max height and max width. It's very easy to understand, and there's your example. And don't forget, you can use this with all elements, not only images, with tables and you know other stuff too. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Alright guys, welcome to your 40th XHTML and CSS tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to begin to talk about the last main topic that I want to talk to you guys about concerning basic beginner web development, and that is the use of something called forms. So before, we pretty much made websites where basically we gave information to the user. We showed them pictures, we can write paragraphs, show them headers, make them click links. But what happens when we need to get information from the user? For example, maybe we were building a social networking site and we need the user to sign up with a username and password. Maybe we were building an auction site and we needed the user to give us information about their item, let them upload pictures. Well, in order to do all this, we need to do something called forms. Actually, I didn't say that right. We don't need to do forms. We need to utilize the use of forms. Now, a form is basically the way you input data to give to a website, and this includes typing in your username, uploading pictures, selecting items from a drop-down list, clicking radio buttons, checking options. All of that stuff is included in this special thing called forms. So this is more XHTML than CSS, but I wanted to save it for the very end because this is kind of the gray area between XHTML web development and web programming. So this is basically, I'm going to show you guys how to set up a form, but in order to, you know, take that data and, you know, store it in a database or maybe calculate it and give them back a number or an answer, we need to add some computer programming in there, and we're not ready for that yet. So let's go ahead and first learn how to set up a basic form. So the form starts out with the tag form and it ends with an ending tag form. Now all of your form elements, such as all your buttons, boxes, text areas, are going to go in here. So for example, let me introduce you guys to the most basic type of input, and that is just a plain text box. It's an area where the user can type just regular text. For example, if you want them to enter their email or pick a username, this is where you would do that. So for example, you might have something like put username, where the user can choose your username. So go ahead and write it so they know what the text box is for. And now in order to give you that input, you need to type in the word input. This is a special tag that you're going to be seeing a lot more in the future. And now after this, you have to say what type of input is it. And I just want a plain old text input. I want a place where they can input text. And anyways, so we know that this is a spot where they can input text. But say we have a bunch of different places, or excuse me, a bunch of different inputs in our form. We need to tell our browser which one this is. So let's just go ahead and give it an ID, but instead of ID, we actually give it a name. So since this is the input for username, just go ahead and put username. And the reason, like let's say this, say you had one, say you're making a website where you need their mailing address. You would have one input for their name, one input for their road, one input for their country. So you would have 3 different inputs, and the way you differentiate them is through the name. So anyways, let's go ahead and save this, refresh it, and see what we got. Here is that username, just text username. And here is that input box. So now the user can go ahead and type in whatever they want. Let's see, D. Looks like that would be a good username, so I think I'll just use that. Genie. Actually, oh, I know why that's popping up, because this guy he signed up on my forum and he was trying to spam it, so I copied his name and I had to ban him. So anyways, if you see this guy, tell him to quit spamming my forum because it was annoying. So anyways, that is the very basics of a text input. But if you're saying, all right, I mean, that's pretty cool, but I just want a little more control over what it looks like. Well, by default, it gives you like, I don't know, however many spaces this is wide. If you want to change the size of this text input, what you need to do is you need to add another attribute called size. And whenever you fill this in, let's say you want to change it to like, I'll make it really noticeable, just put like 5 or something and refresh this, your input is now 5, I don't know, what is it, characters or 5 pixels or whatever. It's just 5 long. I don't even know what the measurement is, but anyways, that is how you change the size of it from anywhere from 5 to 50. It can be actually any size you want. There's 150 long. So that's pretty cool, but let me guys show you this. Even if you have a size of like 10 or something like that, you might be thinking, alright, I don't want the user to enter a username or something more than 10 characters long, so I just put size of 10 and that'll work. But check it out. They can still enter a username however long they want. So the size just pretty much changes the view of it or how it looks. If you want to actually limit the amount of characters they can put in, then you need another attribute called max length. And you can set this equal to, let's just set equal to 5 or something. And now, once we go ahead, and let's get rid of the size attribute because we don't need that anymore. And now, once we go ahead and save this and refresh, check it out. The size is default, but the user can only enter 5 characters since, look, do you hear me typing on the keyboard? See, I'm typing right now, but it won't let me enter any more characters. See, 5 at most. So anyways, size is for how it looks. Max length is for how many characters do you want them to enter. And the last thing I want to talk to you guys about is another attribute in the last attribute called value. If you want to populate this box with something by default, you need to throw in a value. So for example, if you go ahead and refresh this right now, by default your box is going to be empty, and that's because by default your value is empty. If you want something like enter name here and save it, by default whenever they load the page, this is going to pop up right there, enter name here. So you can, if you want to give them a description of what they're supposed to do on that text box, I usually put something to the left hand side, and that's usually good enough. But you can also put something in the middle, or maybe this will be more useful if you're like, let's say if you're making a website to, like New York's bands to sign up or something, and by default you say choose your state and it says New York in there by default because most of your users are going to be from New York. It saves them a little trouble, but still I like to leave it blank, let them fill in their own data. But anyways, that is how you use the basics of a form and also a text input. In the next couple tutorials I'm going to be teaching you guys about different kinds of input because there's a lot to go over in forms. But stick with me guys, we're almost done learning the basics of web design. So I'm excited and you guys should be too. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and I'll see you guys next video. Alright guys, welcome to your 41st tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you guys about some different types of inputs because sometimes you just want the user to enter a unique piece of information like their name or the address, but other times you're going to want to have the user select from like a preset list, like when they say pick what sex you are. You want to give them the choice of male or female. You don't want to have them enter something weird. So you're just going to give them set choices. So there are times for them to input text and times for them to select from a list. So I'm going to show you guys how to do that right now. And you make a list in one of 2 different types of ways. Actually one of 3, but we're going to be talking about 2 in this tutorial. For example, let's go ahead and take that male and female example I was just talking about, and male, female. And in the male, what we're going to do first is we want to give them 2 choices, either male or female. We don't want to allow them to select male and female because, not too many people are male and female. A few, but not too many. So the first thing we need to do is First of all, we're going to do a different type of input other than text. We need to add something called a radio button. A radio button is pretty much a bunch of buttons, but you can only select one of the buttons. So let's go ahead and I'll show you how to do that right now. Input, type, instead of text, put radio. And I think this term comes from the old radios where you had to press buttons on them instead of, digitalized or whatever it's called. And anyways, aside from that type, you also need a name. And the name of this is going to be sex or something. And you need a name because if you have a bunch of different radio buttons and you have, maybe a group of buttons for what sex you are, and a group of buttons for your favorite food, and a group of buttons for what band you like, it knows how to group them together. So group all your buttons under the same name. And the last one is what value you want to give it. And most of these attributes you don't really understand until you start understanding, something like JavaScript or PHP, or how to, computer programming, where you have to take this information and do something with it. But anyways, you need a value because later on, whenever you're programming this data and putting it into a database or something, you need to know what these things are. So if there's ever something that doesn't quite make sense, that's because you don't understand JavaScript yet. Or maybe you do, and then it'll make sense. So anyways, this is one button, but let's go ahead and add another button right here. Just go ahead and paste that and give it a different value. All your buttons need to have different values even though they have the same name. Remember that. Same type, same name, different values. That's how they differentiate each other. So let's go ahead and save that and see what we got. We now have two radio buttons, one right here and one right here with the same name. And since they are the same name, our browser knows that they're in the same group. So to group them together, and you can only let the user select one. So when they select this, the other one comes unselected. When they select this, the other one comes unselected. So you're saying that's pretty cool. Now I understand radio buttons. But what if there comes across a scenario where I want to let the user select more than one thing? For example, if you're making like a website selling selling meats online. Yes, meat, like bacon and stuff. Well, you're going to want to allow the user to select more than one thing. So for example, let's go ahead and add a new line, break, and let's go ahead and add a paragraph and insert, mess that up. Okay, now let's go ahead and ask them a question like, select the foods, wow, I can't type today, okay, take a break, deep breath, learn to type, select the foods that you would like to order. And exclamation point, because we really want to rub it in their eyes. Alright, so now we're going to give them a huge list of foods, but we don't want to allow them to only select one, because how are we ever going to grow our business if we can only sell one food at a time? We want to give them a huge list and give them the option of either selecting none, all of them, or somewhere in between. So in order to do that, we need a different type of input, and this is called a checkbox. A checkbox is pretty much a lot like radio buttons, but you can check as many as you can, either one, all of them, 2, 3, 4, however many. So it doesn't unselect them automatically like a radio button. So let's go ahead and first add some food. Bacon, ham, tuna, and soda pop. Even though soda pop isn't really a food, hey, for this website, I'm selling it. Who the heck cares? So let's go ahead and for the input type, it is, get out of the way, cursor. For the type, it's checkbox. And this is going to give you a little box that you can check. How neat is that? And for the name, let's name all of these food. So anyways, all of these types will be named food. So food, 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 food. Just like before, the name's the same. The only difference is the value is different. So for example, this one is going to have the value of bacon. And let me go ahead and end that before I forget. And let's just go ahead and copy this 4 times because I'm way too lazy to type all this out. So this one is going to be the exact same, except this one's going to have the value of ham. This one's going to have the value of tuna. And this one's going to have the value of soda. And now let's go ahead and save it and see what we get. Now it says, select the foods that you would like to order. Well, instead of just having a radio button where they can only select one, now they can select 1, 2, 3, or 4. So how cool is that? So now we have the different types of lists where you can either give them one choice or you can give them many choices. And also we have our old trusty reliable text box. So anyways, now we learn a little more about forms and we're ready to move on to the next type of input. And probably I'm going to be teaching you a different and the last type of list, which is a drop down list. But I don't know yet. Hey, what do I look like, a fortune teller? So anyways, thank you guys for watching this tutorial and I guess I'll see you next time. Alright guys, welcome to your 42nd tutorial I believe, and in this tutorial we're going to be finishing up talking about lists. So before we learn how to make checkboxes and radio buttons, but as you could see, whenever we had something that had like 50 choices to choose from, it could get kind of clustered on our webpage. For example, if we had to choose from like what state we lived in, we don't want to give them 50 radio buttons. Or if we had to select, I don't know, what's like a list of countries, we don't want to have a checkbox with like 800 different countries on it. So in order to kind of conserve that space, what HTML did, or the developers of it, I say like XHTML like it's a guy I know down the street. Yeah, what XHTML did last night is the dumbest thing. Anyways, what XHTML did is they made something called a drop-down list. And a drop-down list takes the space of a single element, but allows you to have all those options inside it. So, you know, that's how you say it. So, anyways, in order to make a drop-down list, you need two tags. The first tag is called the select tag. Now, this is pretty much, well, let me make it first. Select, whoa, that's not how you make it. Alright. Select and ending select. Now all of your options, like all your states, all your names, all your countries, are going to go in between these two select tags. This pretty much defines where all your options are going to go. The thing is, it takes one attribute, and that's the name. And that is because if you have more than one select list, it needs a way to identify it. So I'm going to name mine like, let's make a list of activities that you can do today. Activities. So now we have a list with no choices in them. So let's go ahead and start adding some options. And in order to do this, it's a single tag. Actually, it's a double tag, I lied, but the beginning one is a single tag. And the first one is option. Now, it of course ends with the ending option, and in between it is the value that appears whatever the user's looking at. So let me go ahead and put something like play the guitar. And now option takes one attribute by default, and that's the value. So value equals play. So now let's go ahead and let me show you guys an example of what I'm talking about. When I say what the user sees, I'm talking about this right here. So now, you know, you're not in the dark wondering what's going on whenever I make the rest of them. So this text in between here is basically what the user is going to see. This value is whenever you're programming this data later on, that's what the programmer sees, or that's what's stored in the database. That's behind the scenes stuff. But anyways, this is what we really have to worry about the presentation right now. So anyways, we have one option here, and that's play the guitar. So let's go ahead and make like 4 other ones. So paste, 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 paste. So what other activities do I like to do daily? Maybe you could do comb your hair. By the way, what website would ask what you're going to do today? Oh yeah, Facebook and Twitter and every other website in the world. But anyways, what else could you do? I guess you could comb someone else's hair. I guess if you really wanted to. Okay, 4th thing. Let's say teach a possum. Some people spell possum like this. O-P-O-S-S-U-M. Like a possum. Who says that? Is that even how you spell it? Is that even how you say it? I don't know. Someone leave me a comment and tell me. And the last thing, let's think of something easy. Shave. Why not? So now we have to change the values. Your, someone else's. These values don't really matter. We're not even using them. Possum. Maybe there's an O at the end. And shave. So anyways, now we have a list of drop down. This is basically your drop down list, and we have 5 different options inside. Play the guitar, comb your hair, comb someone else's hair, teach a possum to tango, and shave. So let's go ahead and save this and see what we got. by default, it's going to be the width of the longest one, and that is because whenever you drop down you want to be able to read it. And also by default it's going to be the first option that appears in your list. So by default play the guitar is selected, but say they go to the site, and you should probably include one of these. What do you want to do today? Question. So then they know what the heck they're choosing, and then they can go in the drop down list and say, I want to teach a possum to tango, or I feel like shaving today. So now you have this awesome website with 5 different things that they can do. So anyways, that is the basics of a drop down list and how to create a basic drop down list with as many different options as you want. And don't forget to add the unique value, because later on, whenever we're learning JavaScript and PHP, we're going to know, how to differentiate them. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. In the next tutorial, no idea what I'm going to cover, but probably more about forms. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you next tutorial. Welcome back, guys. Welcome to your 43rd tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be talking about another form element, and this element is actually called a text area. Now a text area, the most simple way I can put it is, those single line text fields that we had before? It's just a big text field. Now, what is the point of having, a text area then? Well, certain times when you're making forms, you're going to kind of want to push your user into leaving more than a single line of text. For example, if they're like on a dating website and they need to leave a biography about themselves, or maybe they're posting an ad on eBay and they need to write a description about their item. This takes more than a single line of text. So whenever you want the user to enter like one word, give them a single line of text. But whenever you want to have them enter like a couple paragraphs, you're going to need to give them a text area. So that's what we're going to be doing in this tutorial. So the first thing that I want to teach you guys is exactly how to add that text area, and you do that by using the tags. Can you guys guess? Text area. And you also end it with, can you guys guess this? Text area. Now, of course, just like every other tag, not every other tag, but every other form element, it takes the name, and let's go ahead and make that dating website. We'll have this area be the biography. And by the way, by default, you can have text in it like type something here. And whenever you save this and refresh it, that is the text that appears in the text area. But in general, you probably want to put something about it like, tell me about yourself, right there. So now, whoa, actually, not right there. Embarrassing. So tell me about yourself. And then go ahead and add a line break so it doesn't look weird, and refresh it and check it out. So this would be, the startup of an awesome dating website where, you signed up and now you got to fill in your biography, telling them, bragging about yourself, and, how much money you make and how good your eyes look. So, you can go ahead and delete this and start typing. But, you're the designer of this website and you say, this is not nearly enough space for me to brag about myself. I need this to be wider and taller. Well, thank God you got me, because I'm going to show you how to do that. Unlike height and width, this attribute is a little bit different. It's actually made up of rows and columns. Now the exact size of these rows and columns, I'm not even sure of myself, but I think they differ from browser to browser. But anyways, if you want it to be taller, you need to change the height of the rows. I think it must be like 2 by default. So let's go ahead and push it up to 8. And now let's save this and refresh and check it out. Our text area now gets, why is this little thing right here? Whoa, I didn't even know you could do that. That must be something new in Google Chrome. That's pretty cool. This is my first time figuring this out. Anyways, by default you see that the rows get taller. Really? Texting me in the middle of a tutorial. Let's see who it is. Embarrassing. I'm not even going to tell you guys who that was because it is too embarrassing actually. So anyways, rows changes the height of it, and change the width of it, just go ahead and put COLS. This stands for columns, but who the heck wants to type out columns? Evidently not the people who made this up. So let's go ahead and change this to 40 or something and save it and see what we got. Refresh it, and now it's 40 columns, however long a column is wide. So now you can see that this is probably enough area for me to give them a good biography about myself. So what can I say to persuade the ladies to date me? Well, my name is Bucky and I have an overactive bladder. That would probably persuade them. And then I'll, throw on the punchline. Want to get dinner sometime? So this is usually when I go out. That's the line I usually use, and it works about 100% of the time. So, if you ever get stuck, you can use my line. So, you're welcome for teaching you about text areas, and you're also welcome about giving you a good pickup line whenever you go out to clubs and stuff. So, anyways, that's all I have for you guys for this tutorial. So, thank you guys for watching. Now you know about text areas. Now you can move on. You have my blessing. So, yeah. Don't forget to check out my website, check out my other videos, and I'll see you next video. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to your 44th XHTML and CSS tutorial. Your 44th tutorial. That is a lot of tutorials. I bet if you took all these videos and strung them together, then you can make a full-length movie. But then again, who the heck would want to watch a movie about this? I wouldn't even watch a movie about this. But anyways, in this tutorial, we're going to be covering two different types of input fields. The first one is the password, and the second one is the file field. And that's how you upload files. For example, if you want to make a website like Facebook or something, and you wanted users to be able to upload files of pictures of them getting wasted, and then, doing illegal things that their bosses shouldn't see, this is what you would do. So let's first of all learn how to do the password field. So go ahead and type password right like that. And now, of course, we need the same input tag as before, and go ahead and end it right now. But instead of text or text area for type, we're going to go ahead and put password in there. And whenever we do that, and whenever this field appears on our screen, it's a little different than text, but it has all the same attributes. It's the same in the sense that you can use, size, max length, just like you could do text. But it's different in that whenever you type in it, it either gives you little bullets or little asterisks that cover up what you're really typing. That way, whenever you're logging on to YouTube at school and you should be working, the students behind you can't see what your password is. So anyways, the type is password, and the name, again, that's what is going to come in handy whenever we're programming this data with JavaScript or PHP, but just put like P word. That looks good enough. So let's go ahead and actually save this right now and see what it looks like. You see, it looks a lot like the text area at first, but whenever we start typing in it, we get all those bullet point asterisks. Pretty cool. So again, like I mentioned before, we can also have the size and max length to this. So if you ever decide that you want to change it up a bit, or you want to restrict them from entering a password that's like 80 characters long, you can use that max length. So anyways, now that we know how to do the password, just go ahead and actually add a paragraph right here. And just put something like now submit a file, because we're going to be working with a file input next, and we want to give them a little input of what to do. So go ahead and add a paragraph, just give us some spacing, and now we are ready to begin. So crack your knuckles and check it out. So the tag for this is, of course, input, who would have guessed, and the type is actually file. Now, it only has one other attribute, and it's required, and it's actually the name. This way, if you have more than one file upload sections, whenever you're working with it, programming it, your program can differentiate between which file is which. So just go ahead and name this Bucky's file. It doesn't really matter because we're not going to be working with this attribute for now. The main thing you have to concentrate is make sure that the type is file. Now, let's go ahead and save this and see what happens. Whenever we refresh our page, it gives us a little button, and whenever we click that button, it opens up our Windows Explorer, whatever heck this thing is called, and it allows us to choose a file. So we can choose a file by either double clicking it or just hit open, and then we don't have a submit button yet because I didn't teach you guys about that, but whenever we do and they hit submit, it allows us, or excuse me, it allows them rather to upload their file to the web server. So that way they can transfer their pictures onto the web, or maybe if you have to submit homework for a class and the teacher might include this in their web page, something like that. But anyways, that's basically all there is to cover with file uploads. Again, I said that those are the only two attributes because you don't really have a size attribute because that doesn't really make sense. You don't have a max length because that doesn't really make sense. The only thing that you might be wondering is, all right, I don't want them uploading a file that's like 1,000 GB big. So if you want to restrict this, you can't do this using strictly XHTML. You need to do this whenever you learn JavaScript, PHP, all those other scripting languages that you guys might know, but you probably don't know yet. So you're going to have to stick with my other tutorials if you want to learn how to do that. But for now, this is all you have to remember. And don't forget, you can't use size or max length. And also, if you want to upload multiple files, you can't click this button once right here and you can't choose a bunch of files. If you want to upload multiple files, you have to give them multiple buttons. It's a little different than a regular program, but that's what XHTML did. So who's ever making XHTML, blame them. They made the rules, not me. So anyways, that's all I have for you guys for this lesson. I'm gonna go check the score of the basketball game, and in the next video, I'll let you guys know who won. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next video. Alright guys, welcome to your 45th XHTML tutorial, and before I start, I want to say that today, March 13th, 2011, Duke has just beaten UNC 75-58. So if you're a Duke fan, congratulations. If you're a UNC fan, I'm sorry. If you're watching this video like 2 years later, then this is history. What do you care? So anyways, let's go ahead and get to the tutorial. It's time for me to stop talking about basketball. And let's go ahead and say we're making a form right here. The perfect form. And now it's time to add, why is this so, my screen looks like a dull for some reason. Shouldn't it be brighter? If this tutorial looks like not as bright as the other ones, then let me know, because it looks that way to me. But anyways, let's go ahead and give them a place to enter their username, and we will do this with like input and type equals text and name equals username, and go ahead and put an ending dash right there. And my mom's texting me. Let's see what she said. Mama. Ooh, she was talking to me about my cousin, who is, this is another thing that's going on right now. There's an earthquake in Japan recently, and my cousin was telling her about it. So anyways, that's what my mom and my cousin were talking about. Now we can continue. Okay, so copy and paste, and now this one can be password. And password is really easy. Just change the type to password and the name to pass, or anything you want. So now we have this on our screen right here. Okay, save this and refresh it. A username and a password. So say the user fills out their username and password, but now they're done. And now the user wants to submit their information to the website. Well, how can we have the user submit their information to the website so that the website can, do whatever it wants with it, store it in a database or make a user account or whatever? Well, in order to have the user submit the data, they need the last, well, this is the last input type I'm going to tell you about, and this is called submit. Now, whenever we make the type submit, this appears, whoa, that's definitely not how you do it. Kind of getting ahead of myself here. Type equals submit. Whenever we have a submit button on the screen, then I just gave it away. It makes a button appear on the screen. And what does that button say on it? Well, actually, you have another attribute here called value. And whatever you type in the value is what appears on the button. So now we're going to have two fields, a user and a password field. In this input type submit, this means make a submit button. And what do you want to say on it? Submit with exclamation point at the end. So go ahead and save this and refresh and check it out. We now can enter a username and password, and they hit submit. But now when they hit submit, nothing happens, and that is because I didn't tell you about this one little thing. First of all, we don't know any computer programming yet, so I'm not even going to be getting to talk to you guys about that. But in your opening form tag, you need two attributes by default. To tell you the truth, I can't even remember if I went over this before or not, but I don't think I have, so here you go. Later on, when you learn how to program in like PHP or something, you're going to have something called an action. And your action is basically saying this. Whenever the user hits the submit button, what do you want to do with all that data? Well, typically you have another file somewhere, and then this file is responsible for processing this data. The file is typically a small computer program, and say this program would take their username and password and store it in a database. So the file might be called something like do something. I'm just giving you guys an example, but you would write the file name in right here. And aside from this attribute, you also have something called a method. Now, a method has two possible values, get, G-E-T, or post. And by the way, if you want to shut this tutorial off right now, then go ahead, because this is, kind of advanced stuff that you don't have to worry about right now, but you're going to have to come back to it sometime. Anyways, it has two different types of method, get and post. And this is basically the way your browser sends data to the action. So get, basically, if you want to bookmark pages, you know what? I'm not even going to tell you. This has nothing to do with XHTML or CSS. It's more like PHP. So anyways, just go ahead and put post. Remember, post is more secure. Always use post. There. That's all I'm going to cover. So anyways, that is how you make a submit button, even though all we can do is, click it right now and nothing happens. See, it says web page not found because it tried to go to do something, that file, and nothing happened because I didn't even make that file. But anyways, that's what happens. That's the core basics behind creating a submit button. So later when we learn JavaScript or PHP, we can actually do something with this information. But for now, I'm sorry, that's all you guys get. So all you Duke fans, go enjoy, go celebrate. All you UNC fans, go cry in a corner and wait for next year. So yeah, that's it. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you in the next tutorial. What is going on, guys? It's Bucky, and welcome to your 46th XHTML and CSS tutorial. And this, my friends, is a tutorial that all of you guys have been waiting for. In this lesson, I'm finally going to teach you guys how to take your website that you've been working on in your own, maybe your bedroom or maybe at school, and I'm going to teach you guys how to publish it on the World Wide Web. So finally, we are going global with this baby, taking it out and making it so the entire world can see our creation. So let's go ahead, enough of me talking, let's go ahead and get started. So go ahead and open google.com, and the first thing we need to do is we need to find something called a web host or a web server. So in order for everyone to have access to our website, we just can't keep it on our computer, because I would hope no one else has access to your computer, because if everyone in the world has access to that little dinky computer in your room, then it would blow up in like 3 seconds. So we need to take those web files and put them on something called a web server. Now, a web server is kind of different than a regular desktop. It is basically a computer, or in other words, a chunk of memory on the internet, a chunk of memory that you can put web files on, and everyone in the world has access to them. So then, if you put your web files on your computer, no one else can see them besides you. If you put your web files on a web server, everyone in the world can see them. So that is how websites are created. You put them on special computers called web servers, and the entire public has access to them. So in order to find a good cheap company, we of course go to Google. Cheap web hosting, not hosting, hosting. Go ahead and press enter and just click the first link that comes up. And these companies are changing all the time, so it's good to get a review of which ones are the best. But anyways, like HostGator, I used that before. That's a good one. InMotion, that's a good one too. HostMonster, that's the one I'm using right now. That's a good one as well. But anyways, here are a huge list of companies that offer really cheap web hosting. For example, it could be as low as like, $2 a month to host a website. So for example, go ahead and go to one of these companies. I'm going to go ahead and use HostMonster because I actually bought a domain a long time ago, slackroom.com, and I never used it or anything. I just bought it when I was being stupid. I was younger. And anyways, the process is this. You go to one of these websites and you type in, first of all, you got to go ahead and click get started or something, and you go ahead and you type in what website you want, and most of the time they're already taken, but go ahead and type in like tomschatroom.com or davesblog.com, whatever you want. Give me your credit card information, and bam, You own the website. That is your domain name. No one else can have it. Of course, you can't like buy MySpace or anything.com. So, anyways, so now you own the website and you're back at this location right here. What the heck are you supposed to do from here? Well, from here, they give you a place to log into your account. And of course, they give you your domain name right here and a password that you would have chosen whenever you first bought the account. So I'm going to enter my password right there, and I'm going to go ahead and log in. And once you log in, they take you to this thing called cPanel. Now cPanel is where you manage everything that can go on with your website. Now like 99% of these things you will never click. Most of this stuff is for web programming, if you want to buy more stuff, email accounts, but what we're focusing on is something called FTP. Now FTP is the process, it's called File Transfer Protocol, and your button might be a little different, but my button is right here, Unlimited FTP. So go ahead and click that, and a program is going to open up that looks a lot like this. There are a bunch of different FTP programs, but this one is probably the most popular. And the concept is this. This is your computer right here, and this is the web server. And what we need to do is we need to take the files from over on our computer and transfer them to the web server. Now we just can't start clicking buttons. We need to do this in a very specific way. Now, the files that the public has access to are going to be stored in a folder called public HTML. And check it out. If you double click that, you already have a bunch of files in there by default probably. These are pretty much the error files, and they might have gave you a default HTML file. So let's go ahead and go to slackroom.com and check it out. See, this is the default homepage they give you because, you know, you bought the website. They just wanted to give you something to stick up there, make you buy a bunch of ads. But what we want to do is we want to put our homepage that we made on this domain because we paid good money for it. So let's get our documents on there. So anyways, all of your files are going to go in this public HTML folder. So how do you move your files from your computer over to there? Well, first of all, go ahead and where did you store your files? Mine are on my desktop in a folder called all XHTML. And again, another thing I want to point out is make sure that your file is named index.html. By default, whenever a browser goes to the website, they're going to scroll through this public HTML folder and they're going to look for a file that says index.html. That's why it was so crucial to name it index.html. If there's no index.html file, then it's going to say, you know, website does not exist or something like that. So make sure that you have at least one web page named index.html. This is going to be your home page. So anyways, all you have to do is select that index.html file and press this upload selected files button or the right button. This transfers the file from your computer to the web server, and now your file, check it out, is on the web server. So you pretty much moved it from your computer to the web server. Easy enough. So now once you go ahead and go to slackroom.com, let me refresh this. Oh yeah, that's my website, baby. OMG, I am live on the internet. So this is actually a real website that I just went to. Now anyone in the world can go to slackroom.com, press enter, and check it out. My website pops up. And again, I only uploaded one web page, but that is how you upload entire websites to the web server. So it's pretty simple. And then again, anytime you want to update your website, just go ahead in your text editor, change your index.html file, and then come back in here, upload it again. It says, do you want to overwrite it? Yes. It uploads it again, and it would be changed. So anyways, that is the basics of how you take a website that you created on your computer and upload it so the world can see. Again, a couple of these things might be different. There are different types of cPanels, different versions. This FTP right here, this is the most common one, but there are different type of FTPs, but they're all basically the same. That's the main concept behind the entire internet, putting files on web servers so everyone has access to it. So anyways, that's all I have for you guys for now, and that basically sums up web development and all the basics that we need to cover. So maybe I'll make like an example website, but for the most part, you guys now know how to make a basic website and publish it on the internet. Pretty cool, huh? So, if you watch all these tutorials, it only took you a couple hours, and look how much you learn. So, from now, or from here rather, I would recommend that you learn a language called JavaScript. JavaScript is how you make web pages smarter, more interactive, more fun. Or what I would recommend is learning a language called PHP. If you want to build games and social networking sites, then PHP is an awesome start. But for now, again, I want to thank you guys so much for sticking with me in these tutorials. You have no idea how much these views mean to me. I love making these tutorials. So lastly, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys for subscribing, and yeah, I'll see you guys hopefully in future tutorials.